Good morning and welcome. It is the CSA One Day Cup, Cricket South Africa One Day Cup, Division 2. And it is a very gloomy and relatively wet Buffalo Park Cricket Stadium that greets us this morning. After a couple of days of rain in East London, doing what you typically do in around December months, but holding out for a little bit of rain in February as well. There's the fourth match for these two sides where Eastern Cape Iinyathi are hosting the Tuskers. A little bit earlier, news from the toss is that Iinyathi won the toss, elected to bowl first. Not many a surprise there. My name is Sam Ludidi. There's as I mentioned, a cloudy morning today, but it's also quite humid. So, a lot of thickness in the sky. Joined in the commentary box by Simpiwe Ali Jack. Top of the morning to you.
Yes, morning, Sam. I'm surprised we're having a game today. I was expecting lots of rain. East London, when it's cricket time, it's always going to rain. But yeah, we're looking forward to a good game. And remember, these two teams, they're sitting on top of the log, but rather the Inyati on top. The difference is just the net run rate. First ball, Fansale.
A little bit of shape for Van Zyl to start at the top of the innings. We've seen he's been a little bit too lengthed over the first couple of games that they played. It's his first game here at the beginning of the season or the One Day Cup competition. Started his first two overs with bowling relatively back of a length and that hard length, and he decided he was going to pitch it up, and that's how he got his first wicket. So I'd be surprised to see that. Pitched up again in a little bit of shape this time for Van Zyl. Also, Ali, no surprise that there'd be a little bit of shape on the ball given the conditions.
Yeah, the conditions tells you, and maybe that's the reason why also Jerome decided to bowl first, because we're gonna have a closer look at this first hour. They should use the conditions. It should work for them.
Good line, a great length from Van Zyl. Looking to draw out the outside edge of Jack Lees, who opens the batting.
He's not bowling too far from the stumps. I like his line. Fifth stump, fourth stump, fifth stump. And he's clearly telling you what his intentions are.
There's another delivery that looking to bring Lees onto the front foot and just unable to make contact there and beating the outside edge yet again. So questions being asked of the opening batter here.
And Fansele has been good for Inyati. Even worse with a new ball. He's got vast experience.
A little throw of the hands this time, and you can see the first couple of deliveries that were pitched up by Van Zyl were coming back into the left-handed Lees, and these last two just holding their line and slightly shaping away from the left-handed batter. You see there a little bit of an indication of perhaps a little bit of extra bounce in the wicket. A wicket that was once known as one of the flatter tracks in the country and now a little bit low and slow in certain places.
Yeah, that's what mostly we get from the coast. Slower and slower.
Pitched up again, this time left outside of the off stump, and it's a maiden over to start off with for Nico van Zyl. Tuskers are none for none after one.
Yeah, very good over for Inyati. They didn't concede it. We're just gonna see how Chad is going to bowl. Previously, when I notice his games, he likes going pace on. But at the coast, you need to mix your balls. You need to have those cutters at times. But he's a pretty decent bowler. He's been doing the work for the Inyati, the home team.
Struggled a little bit in the side's first home game with also bowling perhaps too length on the wicket. Sure, over the last couple of weeks, he would have had a chance to work on that. Chad Clausen, who is going to open the bowling typically as he usually does with Nico van Zyl.
And so far, he hasn't been successful in terms of getting scalps. The man leading the attack there in terms of wickets is Mnyanda, because he's got 6 already. He had a good previous game. So you would like to see your frontline bowlers to get more wickets.
Clausen to Rapulana, who leaves outside the off stump. Tidy start from the 2. Quite interested to see how the matchup on the other side is going to start to develop as we get further into this power play between Van Zyl and Jack Lees. Scored 20 runs, did Lees in his last outing. That was against Storm. Tuskers picking up a 5-wicket victory in that game. Clausen continuing with that probing line outside the off stump.
Yeah, maybe they wanting to ask questions because they're sticking with that line. 4th, 5th stump, wanting to use the grabbers at the back there. And also those dot balls. At some point, they will create the pressure.
Clausen in to Rapulana, who fends her way down to third man and gets Tuskers and himself off the mark. It's the first run of the game after a tidy start from Nico Lees in the first over. The 31-year-old Rapulana, who scored 46 in their previous game, gets himself off strike. I wonder perhaps if there'll be a change of mindset from Clausen towards Lees, having seen how he struggled with that fuller length delivery in the last over.
And also, it looks like he'll be coming over the wickets. Maybe you would think he might come around.
Clausen now continues. A little bit of shape after it's gone past the batter, drifting a little bit in towards the left-hander. It's that typical Clausen length, isn't it? You almost want him to try and make better use of the conditions at offer and try and pitch the ball up a little bit further, but he hits that hard length at back of a length delivery that he so typically bowls.
Yeah, and also it's not a surprise because remember he's coming from the high field, so he likes hitting the deck hard.
A little bit fuller this time, and you can already see the trouble that he's causing for Jack Lees. A bit of a stare down with the pitch for Jack Lees, perhaps maybe being undone there with the ball nipping off the seam.
Yeah, that was a great ball. I was wondering how is it going to negotiate the left and the right hand combination. That was a great ball indeed by him, trying to square the batsman up.
It's good negotiation to start off with. He'll have to try and end the over off well now. A little bit straighter this time. Flicked off the legs, but tidied up by Van Zyl on the fine leg boundary. Also allowing Jack Lees to get off the mark. It takes the Tuskers total to 2 runs after 2 overs.
Something we're seeing now, since it rained last night. Not sure the boundary looked to be short. Maybe it has got everything to do with the rain. As you can see, if you're watching, there's also the sawdust on the field. The weather wasn't looking good last night, so maybe you might see boundaries flying today because of the short boundaries.
100% as Van Zyl continues. A little bit of extra bounce from the tall, skinny man. And we also look at how the Buffalo Park Cricket Stadium looks. I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. If you take a plate and you turn it upside down, it does have that bit of a slope, which you might find has gathered a little bit of moisture on the outside skirt towards the advertising boards, which could explain why the boundary ropes seem to have been brought in. Spansel runs away from us again. Fuller with a little bit of swing, but almost too much swing, and it's going to be called leg by as it is tickled off the thigh pad and away for 4 byes.
Yeah, he will pay dearly for that one, for his figures. The left and right hand combination, it's also going to be a problem. He needs to keep his line and length. They were doing well when they started, hitting outside of stump, 4th, 5th stump. We'll want to rectify that one.
Well, this one tucking back in, and seems to have just trampoline bounced over the stumps. Hands on head from Spansel, but a good comeback from the previous delivery. Almost seeming like the typical fast bowler setup. We saw a couple hold their line and 1 or 2 nip away from Lees, and last 2 deliveries have come darting back in towards the left-hander. You'd be surprised to see a slightly wider one this time around with Lees throwing his hands. There's that one that holds this line again, but well left by Lees outside the off stump. Plenty of words of encouragement coming out of the slip cordon. Nathan Roux, that first slip, has had a tidy start to the campaign for Iinyathi alongside Jason Niemand, experienced setting campaigner for the side.
It was lovely to watch him, Nathan Roux, on his opening game here. He scored a century.
Unbeaten 114, I think it was, or 116. And carried his bat through the innings.
Yeah, but you would like also to see some consistency. It would be lovely to see him on the next games after that, scoring his half centuries, even maybe another century. But funny enough, it was the captain, the previous game, that scored his century.
Jerome Bossa scoring 114, it was. Also carrying his bat in that game. Wide outside the off stump. Throws his hands at it, does Lees. It's bobbled over the inner ring, but with the rain that's fallen over the last couple of days, something that you don't often see. A very slow outfield in East London. Managing to come back for 2. Also brings about the end of the over. Tuskers are 8 for none after 3.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that. The outfield is not that quick today. But also that one didn't come off nicely from the willow.
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit earlier in the over with those balls and deliveries that were nipping back from Spansel. The first one that Lee saw outside the off stump would most likely throw his hands at it. Has been kept relatively quiet by Spansel. Into the 4th over now, and Klaasen continues. Fuller this time in towards the right-handed batsman, but negotiated well by Rapulana, who's opening the batting.
Too much experience from him. We expect him to take his team. See if he can't get a better knock today. Lead from the forefront by example. Because, he's also got experience playing from Division 1. In off-season, they would normally go overseas. So you would expect him today to give you a better knock for his side.
Well negotiated. Seems like both these big quicks managing to extrapolate a little bit of bounce out of this wicket. I usually say you get good leaves and bad leaves, and that one left on length.
I guess if it's not hitting the stumps, it's a good leave. Irrespective how close it is. If it's not hitting, it's a good leave.
It's always a good leave, even if an extra coat of paint would have had you. As long as it doesn't rattle the wood timber, I think you're in a good space as a batter. As Klaasen continues from the Bunkers Hill end. Shorter this time. Looking to paddle it away down to third man, the same way he got off the mark a little bit earlier on. Seems to be a bit of extra bounce.
But I would say that was a bad ball. He was supposed to be punished. Now, often at times you get batsmen that will make bad balls look good. Because he was supposed to cash in on that one, or rather leave it. Because you don't want to nick it and then you caught off a wide ball.
Happens very often with the spinners when they drop you a half tracker. Gilson continues. Short again, negotiated and fiddled away with again. Come through for the single.
I don't think the previous ball he got the bounce he wanted. Because you could see that he was trying to hit the deck hard, but it didn't come up the way he would love it to. He's trying to ask all these questions to get that first wicket for the Iinyathi.
Negotiated this time, but off the splice of the bat. First solid looking defensive shot that we've seen from Lees in this innings.
Yes, because previously he was not using his feet very well, so I would like to see him using his feet. He's looking like a very decent player, but if he can maybe use his feet, we're up for something here.
Yeah, it's a typical thing that coaches speak about getting your head to the ball. See if he'll be able to do it this time. Fuller, and as you can see, that back leg almost carrying through as well. Desperate to try and get bat on ball as the opening batsman. That's the end of the fourth. It's 9 for the loss of none.
It's a pity that the Iinyathi, they haven't managed to get a wicket yet. They've been bowling nice areas outside that off stump. Because you could see they've got 2 men out, third man and fine leg. And also they're trying to force the batsman to his front foot. So he plays to the covers or nick off. Always looks good when things are going as per plans. You must bowl to your fielders. You can't afford to bowl short.
That's something that Van Zyl will look to take into account now as he runs into Rapulana for the first time in this innings, 4 overs later. Pitched up and tucked back into the right-hander. It'll be a good start, and Van Zyl will be loving that. They're enjoying it in the field, are Iinyathi.
Yeah, that came in. I had 2 sounds. I think there was a inside edge on that one.
And perhaps saved only by the inside edge. Late swing from Van Zyl looking to get through the gate. Take some confidence out of that one as he runs in again. This one going away from the right-handed Rapulana, but called wide. Does create a little bit of questions and doubt in the batter's mind when the bowler's swinging it both ways.
Yeah, but also you would ask yourself, why would he bowl that ball? Because the previous one, he was on the money. He had Jonty. He was saved by inside edge.
Any big quick will tell you, Ali, it's a setup. It's a setup. Short, wide, flicked away. Landing just short.
Yeah, Mnyanda, I think he was trying to play it safe there, just to save a one, because he saw he was not going to make it to take the catch there.
I'm sure his captain will be thinking something different. Throw yourself at the ball. Get us in the wickets column early in the power play is what Bossa would have been thinking. Needless to say, is Van Zyl seems to be a bit of a spot of bother for these 2 batters early on as he runs away from us again. Fuller this time and driven convincingly Square of the covers, 4 runs.
Yeah, that was lovely to watch. Through the covers for 4. You would like to see him doing that on his front foot.
We spoke about his more confident shot coming in the previous over. That by far stamping his authority at the top of the order. Perhaps giving us an indication of what we could be in for here today.
Yeah, but those you need to put them away. The half volleys.
Full this time as he comes around the wicket, but left alone. It's a brilliant looking cover drive. They just look so much better when the left-hander plays them.
It looks prettier, even worse after the impact. Posing for the camera. High elbow.
Sail fuller this time. A little bit of a push, but only as far as cover. Dot balls. A decent comeback from Funsell after the half volley that he dished up early on in the over.
Yeah, he doesn't want to spoil his figures. He needs to think. Because that one was more like throwdowns. It was a giveaway. So most batsmen will cash in on that.
Funsell in his final delivery of his third over. Full, throws his hands at it again, and seemingly the shape away from the left-hander did the trick, and it's a dot ball to end. It's a 5th one down, and it's 15 for none.
Yeah, you could see Lees is itchy. I don't know, he needs a little bit of patience. That ball was also wide. But if you look from his previous 4, maybe that's where he draw the courage from. Because it was there to be hit, but that one was way too wide.
You know, we've seen it in the early stages of his innings now that he's more than happy to throw his hands at anything full as Gilson continues. Left alone by Rapulana. We were just speaking a little bit about what we've seen from Jack Lees is that the moment the ball gets pitched up, he's happy to throw his hands at it. And I wonder if it's something that Eastern Cape and Iinyathi are taking into account and perhaps looking to try and set a trap for him. What would your thoughts and process be for that?
But I would like to also see him how he is going to negotiate the spin bowlers.
Pitched up! Big booming heaving drive goes over the slip cordon. It's one bounce before it reaches Funsell at the 3rd man boundary. He'll be happy with that, Will Gilson. Won't mind it too much.
Just to qualify what I was saying, I think Lees likes the ball coming to the bat. I would like to see the Iinyathi dropping the pace for him. Just trying to get him out of his comfort zone.
Full and at back leg walking through again for Jack Lees. A few words from Gilson in the middle. And most importantly for Tuskers is that it's a dot ball.
Yeah, also Jonty was not happy with that. Hence he's calling him to have a chat with him. But I'll tell you what, Sam, a good ball is a good ball.
You're bound to get a few of them, particularly in today's conditions. You'll find that the pitch has been under cover most of the week. It was being rolled with a heavy roller this morning. Negotiated well this time around, but still got that back leg trailing through it a little bit. And carrying on from a little bit earlier with this wicket is that There's moisture in the air, high levels of humidity. And with the wicket having sweated a little bit under the covers as well, there'll be some moisture in the wicket too. Bound to get a few good nuts in the first couple of overs. Like that one as he walks past it again. And you can clearly see the body language from Lees. Not a happy chappy with how his driving is looking at the moment.
Jonty is going down the track to talk to him again. They do not want to lose any wickets carelessly during the first power play. They're looking to build some solid foundation here, so that whoever is coming after them knows that the foundation has been laid.
He struggled a bit, hasn't he, in the opening stages of this power play. Struggling to find bat on ball as Gilson runs towards us. Shorter this time. He's looking for that flick onto the leg side. I'm sure one or two of the fielders as they run past him at the end of the over will remind him that he's not scoring on either side of the wicket at the moment. At 6 overs bowled, Tuskers are 16 for none.
But I'm enjoying and liking the line that Gilson finished on, because he's wanting him to force play against that ball there. He's trying to force him to make some mistakes. Very uncomfortable position to play on.
Contest that we saw a little bit earlier on in the innings, well, in Van Zel's last over. Not many deliveries he's bowled at Rapulan at the moment. Just the 2 in the previous over before he got a single and got off strike. A little bit of shape away from the right-hander.
Now you can see Van Zyl has got all these, because he can move it away and into the batsman. Maybe he's going to try, by all means, to try draw Jonty, just like the previous over. And maybe catch him by surprise.
Another one shaping away from him. You can see there's a little bit of second guessing. Brings to mind the likes of James Anderson, Dale Staines when he had the ball reversing, Vern Philander, the ability to swing the ball both ways and set up batsmen as well at the top of an innings. We've seen the first 2 now in this over go away from the right-hander. Ali, I won't be surprised to see one ducking back in, as you've mentioned. Wide, throws his hands outside the offside, picked up over square, and it is 6 runs over point.
Yeah, that was way outside off stump. He just threw his hands at it. 6 runs. As I was going to ask Sam, I haven't seen not even a single block hole ball here, Yorker. So maybe is it a plan that they can't use those?
Perhaps looking to keep 1 or 2 of those for the back end of the innings. Van Zyl will definitely back his ability to swing the ball at the top of the innings, but might just find a bumper or 2 coming out of Gilson on the other end after what we've just seen. Best believe that with the boundary as short as what it is, these batters will be happy to throw their hands at anything wide. Van Zyl continues from the Buffalo Park drive end. Away from the right-hander again. Nudges it down, will take the dot ball.
Jonty just reminds me of this Australian captain, the short guy, Ricky Ponting. I used to say he used to manipulate bowlers because of his height, even if it's back of the length. If he decides to have a go on a bowler, he will.
Fended confidently. Haven't seen much of it in the opening 6 overs of this match. And it's very difficult bowling at top order batsmen who lack a bit of height and stature, if you will. And sometimes fast bowlers get the idea that it might be easier to put out the short pitch delivery. If you think about it at this level, he's been getting short pitch deliveries for most of his life, so we'll know how to negotiate those quite well. You just have to find that area of uncertainty for the batter. Full this time, he asks for the block hole, perhaps looking for it. Quick single taken into the onside. To bring about an end to the 7th over, Tuskers are 23 for none.
Yeah, the good thing they've done, the Tuskers, now is just that they haven't lost a wicket. So they would like to build on that momentum. And also, that wideish ball from Van Zyl will give Jonty the confidence to go forward. Because it came nice from the willow, and it was 6. So he would like to build on that. Looks like we're seeing Iinyathi now is going to have a bowl.
He's done well as a youngster since coming into this side at the beginning of the campaign. Picked up a 4 for last week in the previous game. Bowled his full complement of 10. Picked up 4 wickets for just 34 runs. It's a great ability to roll his wrist over the ball and bowl that slow ball, that off-cutter, if you will. Seen him perplex a few batters in the first 2 games that Iinyathi have played.
Yeah, I also think for him moving here to East London was a good move for him. Because I would think in PE, they were not using him the way he would have loved. His first ball.
Back in towards the right hand. It's interesting that you mentioned that, Ali. I was having a chat with a very good friend of mine who's also a sports reporter and journalist for EWN, and the conversation that we were having this morning was just based on the concept of how much more opportunity has now been presented to players since the split and the change of structure in domestic cricket for South Africa, moving away from that typical franchise setup that was had. I think Nyanda is a perfect example of that. Nudged off the legs and pick up the single. Takes his personal tally to 12.
Also, it would be lovely to see the national coaches, if there's any player doing well from the Division 2, to get a call-up. Because we saw with Dane Pete, he was playing Division 2, but he went to New Zealand with Sukri. And also, it's the same setup they use in England. Mark Wood is from the Division 2 team.
Big swing away from the left-handed batter. Was perhaps maybe looking for the wide call there was Lees. It's important what you say, Ali, about these youngsters being eyed, having been in and around the setup of the SA Under-19 side, and Nyanda as well. One of those players you don't want to see disappearing into the system, so to speak.
And it's lovely for us for a change here in East London, and we gained a player, because normally Iinyathi is losing lots of players here.
There's that shape. He's going to have a little bit of trouble here. This is going to be an interesting competition between the two left-handers. That shape is always going away from him, Jack Lees, and we've seen him struggle with it throughout the power play of negotiating that ball that's swinging away from him. Boomeranging swing from the young left armour. Some Australians would argue that he's bowling bananas.
Just like his rhythm. Yesterday.
Wide this time. And again, Jack Lees, as we've seen in the opening stages of this power play, will throw his hands at it. You just wonder, though, Ali, if he's not going to perhaps maybe trying to do too much, end up getting himself out.
Yeah, no. He's getting there. His application mate will be successful, I'm telling you, because these balls are very wide and he's just chasing them.
See now that flash outside the off stump has woken up the Iinyathi fielders. A little bit more vocal as Mnyanda continues. In two minds there, but deciding to leave alone outside the off stump. It's a good start this from the youngster.
So, like I was saying, Sam, for a change, Border has been losing players, but now they've gained, like Nyanda. As you would recall, we had the likes of Keshile, Akona Mnyaka, all these players, they all come from East London, but they didn't benefited the Iinyathi setup.
Outside the off stump, left alone. A couple more players that can be added to that list, the likes of Ayak Damane. If you want to dial the clock back a little bit further, Onkenyaku, who now applies his trade in Cape Town too. So quite a few names that have come out of this border region and lost out, unfortunately, for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. But it brings an end to the 8th over, 25 for none. And it looks like it's a change of ends here for Claassen.
If my memory serves me well, I think on the first game versus the Northern Cape Heat, he did the same as well, just to swap the ends. See if he won't be successful this side.
We saw it happening a little bit later on in that innings. Jake de Klerk, who actually also celebrated his birthday this week, he was brought into the attack a little bit early. It was in fact in this over that he was brought into the attack against Northern Cape Heat. Interesting to see what the net result will be here for Claassen and Iinyathi. Ball. Throws his hands at it again, does Rapulana, and it's outside edge to third man. He'll pick up a single.
You know what? It's something I've been looking forward to, like to see our South African players dominating the power play, hitting the ball hard, because you know everyone is inside the circle and it's only two guys out. And we carry that to our national team, so we're struggling a bit. It was lovely to see guys like Will Jacks, when they were playing here at the SA20, they were hitting the ball hard, knowing exactly that everyone is right inside the circle.
Ball flicked off the legs through a vacant mid-wicket area. He'll pick up 4.
Yeah, that was in the air for a while. As you could hear the shouts of catch, catch. Great shot for Lee.
Bit of a freebie. Most left-handers are strong in that area. Will enjoy a half volley towards the legs. Think of former Proteas captain Graham Smith when you see those for left-handers as Claassen continues. Better line this time, left alone outside the off stump. Got an interesting run-up, does Claassen, if you compare it to a couple of internationals, if you see how he gathers. Big hard sprint at the top of his mark and then slows down towards the gather and delivery point. His coaches will tell you that they'll be looking for quite the opposite, for slower starts and that momentum build. Full this time, driven down the offside, show them the maker's name. It's a beautiful cricket shot.
Great shot for Lees. Driving down past the bowler for 4. He enjoys playing on his front foot. And I'll tell you what, he doesn't have to do anything fancy. Just wait for the bad ball. And if you compare him with Jonty, he has faced lots of balls. Jonty has managed to get some singles, sixes and fours there.
Around the wicket this time. Quite heavily pitched up too. It's dropped off the toe of the bat. Be a dot ball there.
Maybe Jerome is thinking, where are we going to get this first wicket? Maybe they might bring in Jade after the power play. And interesting enough, before they went to the field, I saw him praying.
Shape in towards the left-hander this time around, but fiddled away down to mid-wicket. It'll be a dot ball to end. It's 9 overs bowled, 34 for none.
Not a bad power play for Tuskers. 34. The key thing is not to lose wickets inside the first power play. Let's see how Mnyanda, if he can just try to steal a wicket from the visitors here on the last over of the power play.
Yeah, quite interesting that he comes around the wicket to the right-hander as early as what he has in this innings. Most left-handers like that idea of bringing the ball, tailing it back into their right-hander with the option of one that straightens on for that outside edge. That's big movement down towards the leg side and evades the diving Malika. 4 wides will be given.
In all honesty, I would have loved to see him coming on the other side of the wicket so that he bowls across. But see now, hence that one went down leg is. It's the angle he's coming in with.
This makes it easier for the right-handed batter to negotiate because that ball's always coming in towards him. There's no opportunity for it to necessarily do any funnies. And just holding its line a little bit outside half of the bat. Sloppy. That is sloppy from Eastern Cape Iinyathi. As the overthrows have resulted in 2 extra runs.
Not acceptable for Iinyathi. Even worse if there's a guy backing up. You would expect at this level at least defend those runs. Those were just freebies. Giveaways, if you would rather.
I think it's class in there with a misfield that's mid-on. Again, one that's holding its line a little bit. Happy to punch it down to mid-off for the single. There's a matchup I've been looking forward to seeing here. With the ball still shaping from Nyanda. I'd love to see him trying to bowl more at Jack Lees, who's throwing his hands around a little bit at the top of the order.
It looks like he's going to come over to Lees.
It will be called a dead ball. Very important for the young bowlers who are watching is that if something feels out in your ramp, is to actually just abort in its entirety and start again. Least with the majority of the strike, he's faced 34 deliveries thus far. There he goes again, throwing his hands, a little bit of a feather. And that's the wicket that they were looking for. You called for it to come before the end of the power play. And the youngster up here, Mnyanda, has obliged.
Yeah, Lees, he played away from his body there. Ball was too wide. The foot was nowhere near the ball. Just threw his bat and off he goes.
It's quite interesting watching and just sort of getting another look at that. As you see how Lees starts with his right leg outside the leg stump. triggers onto middle and leg. Therefore, just slowing down the leg, the foot, and the head from getting into position. Something that the left-hander might want to have a look at. But for now, his time with the bat is done. He scored 15 runs off 35 deliveries. Dismissed by Mnyanda. It is the Tuskers off 42 for 1.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that, to finish with a wicket on the first power play. We still have some 3 more balls left. So Shackleton, the new man now coming in at 3.
I'll be looking to lean on Shackleton in this innings. He'll stride to the middle, full of confidence, beaming with confidence, having scored 88 runs in his previous game. It was a match against Storm, where Tuskers managed to pick up a 5-wicket victory. We'll be looking for a little bit more of that from Cameron Shackleton here.
And coming to this game, he's one of their leading run scorers. He's got 96 so far. Like you just said, 88 is his best. So he would like to take some momentum, building from his previous innings. I think I like seeing now Mnyanda coming over the wicket to the new batsman.
It was straight away upish to a vacant square leg with that ball dialing back in towards the right-hander, but Shackleton is off the mark immediately with the double.
Yeah, that was in the air for a while, but they're managing to get the gaps. Was also Lee got the same ball when he was still batting. Managed to pierce the gap there. See if Mnyanda can't force another wicket or 2 here. He's leading the competition, sitting at 7 wickets now already.
Into Shackleton, who drives onto the onside. Dot ball there.
And I remember Mnyanda when he was still playing for the under-19s, playing the same competition. They won that one convincingly. They beat all the teams. They were unbeaten there. But now you could say things are topsy-turvy with the under-19s playing now. They haven't won a game.
It's been a rough start for that side in Division 2. And that dials back in, and well, you might have thought it was doing too much. Apparently not. He's picked up 2 in this over. Shackleton must depart.
Yeah, I was thinking there it was maybe hitting middle and leg. But yeah, the umpire decides against that. You could see the disappointment on Shackleton's face. He's not happy with that. But Mnyanda managed to squeeze in another wicket. Umpire's call, you would say. if we were to refer that one.
He wouldn't have needed to be invited twice with Shackleton if there was. But as I mentioned before, he must depart, and he departs for 2 runs, and it brings Sean Gilson to the wicket. Tuskers are 44 for 2.
A good change made by the Iinyathi captain, Jerome, by bringing in Nyanda rather. He's got 2 wickets already.
It goes back to the conversation that we had when he was bowling to Rapulana a little bit earlier on as to why he's coming around the wicket and not over the wicket. And perhaps maybe just showing the dangers of having a left-handed bowler coming over the wicket who's swinging the ball as much as what he is. You definitely beat Shackleton in the air with that swing back in towards the right-hander. Every right-hander's got to be concerned is for one that just holds his line and carries on going away. Also got to keep your guard up for the one that tails back in like that last one did to pick up the wicket. And the wicket, the end of the power play, and the change of ends has also brought about a change in bowler. Having recently celebrated his birthday, Jade de Klerk will take ball in hand.
And he has done wonders for Iinyathi. In fact, I didn't want to say this season has been good for the Iinyathi setup all these years. And is developing his game. He's quite handy with the bat. See, he's got 3 men out.
Slow left-arm orthodox bowler. Celebrated his 26th birthday on Monday. Lots of turn. It'll be encouraging signs for the spinner. He's still managing to turn a very hard new ball. That's the turn that he was looking for.
He was not shy on that one to give it some air.
A lot of rip as well, beating outside edge of the bat, outside edge of the top of off stump.
I like his variations.
A little bit flatter this time. Pushed back towards the bowler.
And if you look at his field, there's no cow corner. Maybe those dollies is trying, just see now. He's putting someone there.
Wide long.
Fun sail.
And the thought process for de Klerk will be that he's gotten through the first 4 deliveries and now 5 of that over without conceding a run. And just in case the release shot does come, is to have that extra protection on the boundary. Short this time, cut away only as far as backward point. A good start for de Klerk. He finishes a maiden over, and after 11, it is 44 for 2.
Great start by de Klerk. See, Nyanda looks like he will still continue from the bunkers end.
There'll be a lot of encouragement for the bowlers quite early on. Spinners are turning the ball in the first over. The seamers are still swinging the ball after 11 overs. We see Gilson taking guard.
Still surprised he's going the same fielders. 2 outside.
Pitched up and flicked off the outside half of the bat for a dot ball. One slip in place with Nathan Rue, swinging the ball as much as what he is from the left-hander. Is there an argument to get a second slip in there?
Eish. Maybe the ball is not doing much and we haven't seen any balls going to the slip cordon. So 1 will do.
Looking to try and square up the bat a little bit too straight and perhaps a little bit too greedy from the youngster that time, but Gilson will take it and he gets off the mark.
Jonty is key batsman here for the visitors. You need to bat around him. Play an anchor role there.
He's 16 from 28 deliveries at this point. So Rapulana, and he'll be needing to anchor for his side. So he comes back over the wicket this time, Nyanda. Just starting at 2 straight, and the swing carries it on. But good take by Malika behind the stumps.
Yeah, Nyanda has to be disciplined. See now, Jerome Boza is trying to protect him there at the boundary. Boza is throwing the ball outside leg.
Rapulana was more than happy to try and pick it up off a flick, but perhaps importantly getting an extra boundary rider out on that leg side as he continues. It's a better line from the youngster. It's a line that he'll be looking for. I'm happy if it swings back in or holds this line or nips away from the right-hander from that place.
Yeah, but he's looking like he's trying to cramp the batsman here. Would like to see him bowling across so that Nathan Rowe from the slip, he makes him play there.
Full driven, no protection out that side. It's going to be 4.
Yeah, that was driven through the covers for 4. I would like to see him bowling the same ball but just adjusting his length so that he makes the guy at slip play. Because you can't have a guy there and you don't make him play. Just bring his length backwards a bit.
Happens ever so often that a seam bowler tries to allow the ball to swing, and instead of bowling it into the wicket to get that swing, sort of floats it up. And we saw a little bit of that now in the last delivery.
Yeah, lovely.
Big change there as he really runs in and bowls it into the wicket. Left alone outside the off stump. Many fast bowlers guilty of that concept of just floating the delivery, and it ends up being a half volley without much swing on offer, and batsmen of Rapulana's capabilities will not miss out on those.
I also like the attitude of the Iinyathi players. Because when the game is going away from you, normally you will hear the silence.
There's plenty of excitement out on the field at the moment. A little bit of a half shot brings about the end of the over. Rapulana finishes it on 20. That's 12 overs bowled. Tuskers 50 for 2.
Jade de Klerk will have a go again. Looks like he's going to have 3 men out.
He's turning it into the left-hander. And his last over is anything to go by. There's plenty of turn as well. As a result, 3 out on the leg side.
He's also got a sweeper there.
Starts the dot ball.
And maybe the plan would be try to give Gilson a single so he can bowl. It's a wide, that one. Maybe you would like to see him bowling more to Jonty, because the matchup doesn't allow him.
It's an interesting concept that you mentioned as another dot ball is bowled there, because there's no one at that 45 position or behind the bat on the leg side at that short fine leg area. Maybe trying to invite that kind of shot and get it to sneak past the bat. get him in a shot for LBW. But it's negotiated by Gilson. He'll pick up a single. Does bring Rapulana on strike. Ali, you called for this. Let's see what this matchup does. Starts it on the leg stump, looking for that magic turn delivery that he had in his first over. Went past absolutely everything. There's that turn.
Yeah, but that one was short, yeah. You must just invite Jonty to the front foot. The skipper is right in front of him. Might drive and get caught there.
It's perhaps, Ali, the delivery that you were looking for. Something similar to end the over. 13 bowled. The Tuskers are 52 for 2.
It's a rather quiet start. 52 after 13 overs. The Iinyathi managed to get 2 wickets. Jonty is still there. That's a key thing for the visitors. Sitting on 20.
Before that last over, they were moving along at about 4.5, 4.3 to the over, and in a relatively eventless power play because not many boundaries were scored. But for that 10th over that Mnyanda bowled, which is where the wickets came up, and it's 2 straight this time, feathered down the leg side, very fine, a fine leg. And he'll pick up his first boundary, will Gilson.
Yeah, Mnyanda doesn't want to bowl there. Again, that was hit fine. Beat the fine leg there. You just need to adjust his lines. You can't afford to bowl there.
Again, just perhaps maybe trying to ask the ball to do too much as far as swinging is concerned. We're looking to try and extrapolate whatever he can out of it from that bunker's heel end. A little bit better this time. A little bit more wickets to wicket for the youngster.
Also, I'm not happy with the amount of extras they've thrown away. 13 already. They'll need to be disciplined though.
There's extras coming in wides and leg buys and there's that delivery that he was searching for with his first one that shapes away from the left-handed batter. Sean Gilson feathering at this one outside the off stump.
Maybe he still believes that there's something for the guy at sleep. Maybe I would give him an over or 2 and then take him out. Because nothing coming to him currently.
It's the second time that we've seen him do this, aborting as he gets into his gather.
Maybe missing his mark there. Read him not what he wanted.
You can tell he's off his rhythm now a little bit, having aborted from the run-up previously and now down the leg side for a wide. One more into that extras column that you were speaking about.
Yeah, and also you look at the weather. So you're not sure if we're going to have a full game, and yet these Oaks are throwing away extras. You would like to restrict the opposition. You can't afford to throw extras away and not take wickets.
Well, better delivery this time. He's wrapped him on the pads, but given not out. Perhaps maybe height in question there.
Nyanda is asking those questions there. Maybe the height there was a factor.
Straight again and played as such. Down to mid-on. Desperately searching for his third wicket as the youngster.
So, Seb, as a local boy, do you think we'll get some more rain this afternoon? Or
Well, according to the weather gurus out there, meteorologists to study this stuff for a living, could expect these kinds of conditions for the rest of the day. Grey skies and gloom overhead. We look out towards the coast, which is seaside where most of our rain usually comes from. Great delivery there, squaring up Gilson. There's not too many dark and grey clouds, most of them slightly more inland towards town. It's shaping up towards the direction of the N6. So for now, I think we're going to be experiencing these kinds of conditions. A little bit of humidity in the air and grey skies above for the next couple of hours. $14 overs gone, 57 for 2.
yeah, they will need to keep more the intensity now, the local boys, because you see the first hour did well for them, managing to get 2 wickets. Now they need to tighten the screws.
Slower delivery this time from de Klerk. Dot ball.
They call him Faji, his nickname.
Faji in again and navigated down towards the offside. Another dot ball for him. A little bit of chatter now coming through from the Iinyathi fielders again. Flatter this time. Cut away to sweeper for a single.
Yeah, that was a giveaway. It was outside off. Short. It was good enough for John T to cut it.
And always difficult when bowler's trying to put pressure on a batter and then gives him a freebie and gets him off strike. You have to start trying to rebuild that pressure now against Gilson. Punched away confidently. He'll get a single down to long on.
I'm also noticing the umpire here, Abongile Sotumo. He used to captain this side. It used to be called border back then.
It was back in the days of the green and brown.
Yeah, and he left a mark because he's got a trophy under his belt. And apparently it's the one and the only trophy for the border. No captain has ever done that.
Flicked away to that vacant fine leg region. They'll be pushing hard for a second. Only one. Yeah, he's left a good mark and a good name in the history of cricket here in the Eastern Cape. It's the end of the 15th, 61 for 2.
Coming from the dusty villages of King Williamstown, Kwamasingata. A village which is rich of history. There's lots of cricket players coming from that side. Makayandini is just from the neighboring village.
Plenty of talent comes out of these areas when you look at the game of cricket. A gold mine of sorts. Nyanda continues. Straight this time, flick down onto the onside. half stop there by Shane Dadswell. Will come through for a single.
I saved 3 runs there. Saved Mnyanda's figures.
It's an incredible fielder. And so aware of what's happening around him and in the game.
Yeah, as I was saying, in an over or two, I would love to see him bowling without a slip guy. Fielding at slip there. So now you could see now he's taken that one out. Because nothing much is happening there. You would like to plant that guy somewhere.
Pitched up, and just as we were saying, there's not much happening in that slip region. One goes flying past the would-be second slip and goes for 4.
Yeah, it was always not going to be easy for Van Zyl to catch that one. Running is a tall guy. It's not easy to go down to the ball.
Yeah, the big quicks will tell you that I don't expect me to die for those ones, coach.
Yeah, you can't expect Mokel to to save that one. As tall as he is.
Outside half of the bat again. Just a single this time.
Jason Niemand is crying, back it up. Same guy that was backing up.
Shades of what might have happened. What happened a couple of overs ago. One happened to slip through Gilson, who was backing up.
Because he knows that he still have to chase these runs. He's a batsman. He hasn't been having a good start on this tournament as yet. Maybe today it's going to be his days, because I've noticed something with the Iinyathi players. Today it's you, tomorrow it's me, the other day the next guy.
Got a bit of sharing of the responsibilities to these gentlemen. As you mentioned, Niemand yet to fully get off the mark for Iinyathi. Didn't bat against Northern Cape Heat. Scored 5 runs in his last outing. And then they also had a no-result game where none of the players made it onto the wicket. Be desperate to get a few good runs under his belt. Be surprised also to see him with ball in hand a little bit later on in this innings. It's flat, darty off spinners of his that he bowls.
And he hasn't been successful as well with the ball in hand. And again for the 3rd time now. So would you say, Sam, is it because these guys now are using the tape measures to take their run-ups?
Full, driven away, was only as far as sweeper. Come through for the single. It's quite an interesting concept that you're speaking about with the tape measures. Definitely changed how the bowlers mark their run-ups. Used to work very closely with Joe van Dijk. He plays for the Knights at the moment. Played together at varsity, and he was the first person I saw, well, in a team that I played in, using a tape measure to mark his run-up. I counted 15 steps. He counted 21 meters.
And you'll never go wrong with the steps.
If it ain't broke, why fix it?
And also, if you've got something like, say you're bowling no balls, you know where to adjust.
Yeah.
So end of the 16th, 69 for 2.
Also brings about our first drinks break for the Tuskers innings. Welcome back to Buffalo Park Cricket Stadium in East London. ACDC Express Tuskers 69 for 2 after having lost the toss and being asked to go in and bat first by Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It's 16 overs that have been bowled. Kagiso, they call him Jonty Rapulana, is unbeaten on 28 runs as Jay de Klerk continues. He starts off with a full delivery. Another dot ball after a little bit of confusion again in the field.
First sweep shot of the day. Normally when you see a batsman sweeping, he has run out of options. I'm surprised Fachi is not even a Chinaman.
And gets down on the sweep again. Negotiated well by Dadswell at 45. He'll come back to bowling over the wicket now to the left-handed Gilson. Bit of turn, a bit of bounce, and nudged into that vacant 45 position. Come back for the second. Does beg the question of why that area is vacant with the ball turning and bouncing so much.
Sometimes you would question having seen now is only now putting a fielder there. Because normally, if you don't have a fielder there, you know you're going to stick to your line and lengths, all your plans.
Straight away, he floated up outside the off stump this time around. It's a dot ball to end the over. The first one after drinks. 72 for 2.
Rapulana is on 29. It is not scoring very fast. It's rather too slow. 46 balls he has faced.
Change of bowler and change of end for Eastern Cape Iinyathi as the opening bowler, Nico van Zyl, returns to the attack. Doing so this time around from the Bunkers Hill end, having traded Buffalo Park drive end. Just going through positioning and field settings with his wicketkeeper, Malika. I'll be desperate for the drinks break to have brought them something here, will Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Into his second spell now. Straight away a feather off the pads and runs away for 4. A 4-leg bye is indicated by the umpire.
The coach won't be happy with those extras. Maybe he just swapped ends. His rhythm is not what he would have loved. We just have to sort it out quickly.
Again down that leg side. Given wide, and another one into the extras column.
Also, one thing I'm noticing is trying to hit the wicket hard. Instead of trying to concentrate on his line and length. See, that one was a wide again. He just needs to focus on one thing at a time. Once he gets his line, and then he can just do the rest.
It's come through with the wide again. Something that we've seen from Van Zyl from time to time, particularly in white ball cricket, where he changes things up between his 3 spells that he bowls, and he'll be looking to extract as much swing as possible in the opening stages of the game when he's at the top of the innings. He comes in, bowls a little bit quicker, a little bit harder onto the deck in the second spell, and then that death bowling where he's bowling cutters and a little bit of variation too. A little bit straighter this time, flick through mid-wicket. And pick up a single. Surprisingly, only the second legal delivery of the over.
Yeah, he has bowled 4 balls already this over. 2 legal ones.
Trust me, bowlers don't like bowling extras. Just giving themselves a little bit more work at the end of the day. As he continues. Inside splice of the bat, and you can see it almost turning in the hands there. Dot ball.
I would also like to see this partnership growing. I'm a big fan of a left and right combination, as I always believe that it always wins the contest with the bowlers.
Nudged away for 4 more. It's beaten a despairing Clausen at the third man boundary. Was played extraordinarily fine, and they'll pick up 4.
Yeah, that was cut very fine, that one. And also, earlier on, we mentioned the boundary. So, for a player taking off from his mark, chasing the ball is always going to win the race. Boundaries is very short today.
Almost looking for the same kind of shot, but pulling out towards the back end. You spoke, Ali, about the partnership between these two. It's quickly climbed up to 39 runs now. Might be a little bit behind the pace is Rapulana, but he's done enough to anchor his team for a little bit. Still have another left-handed batter coming in the form of their captain, Michael Erlang. Wide this time, and will be given as such. Not a great over this from Francel. Something you don't see happening all too often with him.
It's good for the visitors, because there's lots of runs this over. Maybe he was not supposed to swap ends, Nico van Zyl. That end doesn't seem productive for him.
Better delivery this time, but met with an even better cricket shot because he's punched that on the up and he's collected 4. End of the over, 88 for 2 from 18.
Yeah, it was a very eventful over for the visitors. That one, he just leaned on the ball, pushing it. It was past Jason Niemand at the covers for 4 runs. Yeah, like we mentioned, the partnership is growing. It's a good thing to see for the visitors.
It's quickly reached 44 now. Tossed up, inviting Rapulana down the wicket, but he does enough to get bat on ball.
So Sam, as a coach, again, extras are sitting at 21 runs. And it's the 18th over, 19th over.
Extras are ahead of the overs at this point.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a worry, cause for concern. It's not all too often that the bowlers for Eastern Cape Iinyathi miss their mark. Short and cut away this time.
It's something they have to fix. Because if you minus your total 89 minus 21, you'll find that not many runs coming from the willow. The majority comes from those extras.
Flatter this time from de Klerk. It's an interesting concept, and Potibe, who is the Iinyathi coach, will be picking it apart with the rest of his team. Getting on the reverse sweep. It's dangerously close. Bit of a rub on the ribs, but we've seen batters being given leg before off the helmet once before as well. So going down leg was the decision that was made there.
Yeah, it looked like it was going down leggies.
And driven this time towards the sweeper. Pick up a single to end the over. Takes them to 90 and this partnership up to 46. 19 overs bowled, 90 for 2.
10 runs short for them to get to 100. They're doing very well. It's lovely to watch. Good thing is they also are trying to rotate the strike. Not much boundaries, but yeah, they manage here and there. Get the ones and twos. And a bit of assistance from the extras. We see now Sizani.
Yeah, another change of bowling here for Eastern Cape Iinyathi with the spinner coming back on that side. And quite a few spinning options for them here today, having started with de Klerk. Sizani also an option with the ball.
I think he bowled well his previous game when they were playing here with the Northern Cape Heat. Also scored a good 50 to assist his side to take the game away from the Northern Cape Heat guys.
Come in with these right arm off breaks and good work done by Niemand in the field.
I always like these matchups when the ball is going to turn away from the batsman.
Shorter this time, he'll get it away to sweeper. It was also that game that you speak about against Northern Cape Heat. He's first for the side in this format. Managing to do incredibly well. Bowled well. Scored a 50. Brilliant batting partnership with Nathan Rue.
And also, the reason why he went out, they were chasing for that bonus point. So anything is possible when you're looking for that bonus point, because they have to go hard.
They did eventually get there, which is one of the things that keeps them at the top of the log. It was also thanks to some very big and powerful hitting from Shane Dadswell. Came in and bludgeoned the 28 odd.
Yeah, I also saw they got close when they were playing with the Limpopo guys.
Swept away fine. Work to do out in the field. Skipper doing enough to keep it down to a single. Jerome Bossa fielding out at deep fine leg, or deep square leg rather, deep backward square. Managing to split the two. Gilson, he'll get a single. That single is one that will end the 20th over. After the 20 overs, it's 93 for 2.
Not a bad first over for Lihle Sizani. 2 runs from it. Love the energy.
Clausen doing what he can from the boundary ropes to get his team excited about being in this game. Tossed up and punched down towards sweeper. Ticking along nicely, taking their partnership up to 50 runs now. Managed to achieve it in just 67 deliveries. Pulling out the brim, and this time in front of square. Might force the issue to come back for the second, but Suzani covering good ground.
One thing I've just noticed again, Gilson has got more runs on that partnership. Chondi, what he's going to do is to be there until the end. But I would love to see him trying to close the gap between his runs and his balls faced.
Flicked off the pads and pick up a single.
Well, the strike rate also matters on these games. You don't want to have a low strike rate. If your average is at least low, at least your strike rate must be uppish.
Dug out of the block hole.
That should be the first one for today. I've been asking for those balls. I haven't seen any. I also had something, but surely Swords said that was a wide. There was no willow involved.
Yeah, there's not a lot of excitement out in the field as well. Tossed up, Broom pulled out. Only as far as 45.
But then again, it's always a case when the bowler bowls a wide, so they will try to distract the umpire.
Tossed up this time. And deciding very late to accept that invite, and he's inside edged it past the stumps. It's a dot ball to end the over. After 21 been bowled, it's 97 for 2.
Yeah, Chondi must not forget we're playing at the coast. There's a nice breeze there. He just tosses the balls on the air. Then the breeze just does the rest. Getting an inside edge on that one.
Yeah, he got a little bit greedy. Lost a bit of his shape as well. Perhaps looking to try and go inside out, up and over the top. Suzani will continue from the Bunkers Hill end. Full toss on the legs. Happily accepted by Gilson. He picks up a boundary.
I would have expected Van Sale to at least save that one. Even if you put your foot there, just to block the ball. I don't think Cezanne would be happy with that.
You'd have heard Jason Nimont also screaming Lala, which means dive, get down. Flatter this time, there's an appeal because they feel it might have come off the pad first. Umpire not interested.
But it's good to see Cezanne is asking questions. Trying to drag the batsman to his front foot. That one was quick. Trying to mix. Give it some air, arm ball.
There's a dot ball there as well. It's been a decent over, but for the one boundary. Boundary though does mean the batters have an opportunity to take it a little bit easy. Inside half of the bat, and he'll scamper through for a single.
Cezanne also coming from Queen's College. Now Queen's is under good hands of Mangi Musehle. Dot ball.
Assisted quite heavily is Musehle by
Shouting, catch it.
Now you speak about Rapulana's strike rate as the sight screen is moved beneath us. He's 46 that he scored in the previous encounter, coming from 58 deliveries. He's 37 from 61 today. Perhaps biding his time to try and get himself to that half-century mark before trying to really kick on. Dadswell in again at the stumps, flicked away to a vacant mid-wicket. Gilson moves up to 33.
Of 37 balls. And I like the way they're playing, rotating the strike, keeping the scorers busy.
Slower this time.
The umpire was not interested. And that's the end of the over.
Good little bit of variation. The leg cutter coming out of Shane Dadswell to end that over. It's 112 for 2 after 23.
See, as we see Mhletjwa coming to the field. And he's coming from that side of the country. He used to play for Tuskers. And he came back now home. Like we said before, Border has lost lots of players to other provinces. So it's good to see some of the local talent coming back at home now.
Punch down to long off. They'll pick up a single. A lot of that also has to do with the side being competitive in competitions. Other teams with good scouting protocols able to pick up where the good players are. And at the hips and flicked away towards deep square leg.
And also, I think the reason why these other provinces are poaching from these small unions, it's just that they are financially sound. Lots of sponsors.
Pushed away again to long off. Pick up a single.
So you can't run away from that. These players are getting better offers elsewhere. And also some they're getting game time.
Looking like a little bit of a variation. This time pushing us slightly down towards the leg side. Some of them picking up those offers even at a school level, which sees talents missing out or moving away. And it flicks this one down towards long on. Especially with the arrival of varsity cricket in that competition, which puts a lot of players on the map these days.
And I was laughing on the socials. I saw the schools from Grahamstown fighting there. Kingswood is poaching players from them.
Lots of discussions over many years about that. And coming into fruition again in 2025. Cut away. I'll pick up a single down at deep point.
Gilson goes to 37. Rapulana 32. See, he's catching up with him. So you would rather say Kingswood College, they are also a sound school in terms of finances. So they managed to buy players, got better facilities. But funny enough, we don't hear much about them producing players for the national side.
Dadswell starts the dot ball. And it's been the mark of many of the conversation that surrounds this issue in particular. You're not the first person to bring up that specific point to me. Come through for the single. Does then beg the question of, well, not necessarily maybe beg the question, but maybe then vindicates what the other schools are going through in pulling their competition against Kingswood, in the sense of school sport becoming lopsided then as a result. No fair share of equal opportunity, so to speak. Plenty of work to do there for the sports department, as well as the education department, as he'll get a single there. Rapulana.
So now the big question is, are not the other schools around the country gonna pledge in solidarity with the likes of Graham College, St. Andrews?
Flicks it off his pads. He'll pick up a single to a vacant mid-wicket. I think at this point only time will tell. Schools that are obviously more directly affected are their direct opposition in the Grahamstown region. Then you start to look at the likes of the Selborne colleges, the Queen's colleges that would play fixtures against Kingswood. Ground staff working just as hard as the fielders out here underneath us. That side screen having to be moved every time there's a single scored. Flicked away off his pads. I'll get a single. The field will change. Thankfully this time, because it's the end of the over, the side screen won't. We're at the halfway point now. 25 overs have been bowled. Tuskers 122 for 2.
You know, the reason why I'm laughing, I'm thinking now, this side screen story. You go to King Amachale Gusha, there's no side screen there. When you're playing, a cow just walks across. But now on this level, it's a big issue. Even worse, the condition, it's darkish.
Sazani will continue. Goes into his 4th over. And plugged that hole that was currently at, or previously at mid-wicket. Top ball.
So
Almost getting one to sneak through. And be desperate for some sort of breakthrough here, will Iinyathi.
I just like his action.
Pushes one down the leg side. Was a little bit of something off someone's pad. It looks like the wicketkeeper's pad, but it's run away for 4 wides.
More extras once again. And that will count as 5. It's wide and 4. Really, and these extras, they're getting out of hand now, Sam.
Used to tell bowlers that they were responsible for scoring their extras when they go out and bat later on in the day. Punched convincingly. Gets past Nathan Rue. He had a short catch and cover. Get a single. Extras mattress have been a very big problem for Eastern Cape Iinyathi, unable to capitalize early on when the ball was moving around. And what it does is that it releases a lot of pressure off the batting side. 6 runs already off this, so I've only 3 deliveries bowled, and 4 deliveries bowled. It's in the air, and he's absolutely squandered it. Thrown flat and down the leg side, pulling out the brim again, and it's come off the top edge, and the rest done by Nathan Rue at 45.
Yeah, that was a soft dismissal by Rapulana. You would expect him to be on his front foot. He gets his first wicket, Sizani. And Rapulana departs for 41. Faced 69 balls, 43 dot balls, 1 6 and 3 4s.
He'll be livid with himself because it's the second time that he's gotten a start. Second time that he's gotten into the 40s and unable to convert it to that half-century mark. Having done the business for his side early on and giving them someone to bat around. It brings about Chad Laycock to the wicket.
Yeah, it was a good partnership building up. But they will have to rebuild now again. Chondi departs. He was rather slowish, but maybe one would even suggest that maybe better that, and then get someone that will score fast.
The coaches always speak about plugging one end. Just making sure that there's somebody who's settled in on one end of the wicket, that the other batters can bat around, which is what was seeming to start happening for the Tuskers. Gilson was batting his way around Rapulana, and batting with some freedom as well.
The good thing is you also have a set batsman there, Gilson.
Well, here's a man who'll be feeling a few nerves, having gone out for a 4-ball duck in the previous game. He'll be looking to try and get away from a pair, so to speak. Say that in inverted commas. We're not playing an unlimited overs game here, but he'll be running away from getting back-to-back ducks. Tad Justin Laycock. Punch down the ground, and it's a dot ball, and a dot ball to end the over as well. A successful one for Eastern Cape Iinyathi as Sizani makes the breakthrough. 128 for 3 after 26.
It's good to see that the Iinyathi got a wicket. It's what they will want to do now during these middle overs, to make sure that they take the wickets. And I would love to see the visitors also trying to get another solid foundation here. And luckily, Gilson is still there. One thing they don't want to see is to have new batsmen on the crease. As long as Gilson is still there, they're still fine. Malika trying to adjust his fielders.
Well, it speaks to the importance of plugging one end as a batting team. Dadswell in with these dibbly-dobblies and driven hard towards Niku Fonseca. Just bowled up, and Gilson scampers through for a single. Takes him to 42.
When you talk about basics, I will tell you, eyes on the ball. Pansay lost the ball for a second there.
You probably lost it in all that sawdust on the field. Dadswell continues. Another leg cutter, just rolling his hands over the left-hand side of the ball.
Yeah, that's what these pitches at the coast are allowing. Those cutters, the variations.
Flicked away off the top of off stump.
Can't always hit the deck hard here. I had a conversation the other day with Kaya Zondo. He was saying this guy, just missed the name, I will tell you now. But he was comparing him with Petlukwayo, Vian Mulder. There was still a single there. What he was saying was, Vian Mulder is coming from the high field, and Petlukwayo is in the coast. Now they're fighting for the same position. The thing is, Vian Mulder is playing in the high field, he's hitting the deck hard, and the ball is doing everything for him. It gets wickets. We'll get a single there. While Petlukwayo is busy trying to bowl his cutters, and he completely forgot that he was also a fast bowler. So now you could say he's bowling those doubly dobbers.
It is quite interesting when you start to compare it and you look at the conditions as well that the two play on, and how different they are, perhaps maybe influencing some of the selection as well based on where the Proteas would play. There's a bit of extra bounce there for Dadswell, who gets a single to end the over. 133 for 3. And you start to really pick apart the conditions and of the pitch, and thankfully at that level you start to understand, the more you travel to different countries, you get an idea of what the conditions are going to be and how certain wickets are going to play. Teams will know that when they come to South Africa, they're naturally going to get the bouncier wickets with a lot of carry. Similarly too, if you're traveling to Australia, slightly different if you're going to England. You'll need somebody who can control the ball and extract a bit of swing with ball in hand. If you start to head into the Saharans, you know that you're going to get a little bit of turn. So from that position, you see Sizani starts off with the dot ball. From that position, it becomes a little bit easier for the coaching staff to put together what their travelling squad is going to look like, based on the idea of wickets that they might get. Second dot ball there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Andile Petlukwayo being selected for a trip to the likes of Ireland, maybe, England, maybe, sometimes even the Netherlands, those countries with a little bit more rain afoot. Another dot ball from Sizani. And then maybe expect to see the likes of Mulder coming through to the Australias of the world with a little bit harder wickets to bowl on. Fulton White cut away. A cut away well, in fact, in front of square. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, that was there to be hit. Sizani bowled that one wide, and it costed him 4 runs.
Gilson has just quietly trotted along to 48 runs now. Just 2 away from the half century, and he's played risk-free cricket. Looking to get himself a single there. Nothing coming from it.
I'm enjoying his innings. Or you wouldn't say there were no half chances of him getting out. Been playing solid.
Perfect example of that is a forward defense brings about the end of the over. Ron Gilson sits on 48 runs, just been recently joined by Chad Justin Laycock, who's on 2. Tuskers are 137 for 3 after 28.
Yeah, he's 2 runs short of for him to get to his 50. They would like him to keep the momentum so he can keep going. Maybe we might see bowling change here. Chad Klassen.
So Claessen's been given the white ball. Dadswell being told to take a break.
And funny enough, we haven't seen Jason Niemand so far, or maybe he's not going to bowl today. He's coming in as a batsman.
Be quite interesting to see if Jason would be able to extract some turn out of this wicket with the pace that he bowls at. Saw Suzanne darting in a few, saw de Klerk darting in a few as well. Also seeing that when they slow it down and really grip the ball deep in their hands, that it is producing a lot of turn. Larson goes full to start off with.
A good ball by Klassen, attacking the stumps. That one was almost on the block hole.
What do you think that conversation is between the two batsmen happening at the moment?
One major thing is to keep the score ticking and not to lose your wicket. Maybe he's one of the batsmen that can take this thing further. Laycock.
Perhaps maybe that's exactly what the conversation was, is they're able to rotate strike. And so crucial in the middle overs to be able to keep, like you say, the scoreboard ticking and constantly rotating strike, particularly with that left-right combination that's at the wicket. And it's something that the Tuskers have done really well throughout their innings. Right-hander goes out, a right-hander comes to the wicket. Left-hander goes out, a left-hander comes to the wicket.
That's my type of combination. I always love those. Because the bowlers need to think. You must have discipline on your lines and lengths.
Unable to adjust there to the left-handed batter. And Gilson has pushed through for one.
$139 for 3. Maybe they would like to look at around 220.
Punched only as far as short cover.
220, 250, Sam, on this wicket.
I think 250, 260 would be a great total. And especially after having lost the toss and being asked to bat first. And we saw Eastern Cape Iinyathi against Northern Cape here not so very long ago, chased down 220 odd relatively easily. He walks down the wicket, perhaps maybe trying to throw the bowler off his line.
But now the recipe again towards chasing the score down, even worse with the bonus point. You need to cut down on those extras. They keep accumulating. Something they will have to think about.
Interesting that we mentioned on this wicket that 260 is a total. Can be defended. It's driven straight to mid-off. Where a couple of years ago, on this wicket, 260 would not nearly have been enough. 29 overs bowled, 139 for 3.
It's funny enough now, Sam, all our South African wickets, they changing a little bit. We're seeing some things happening. For example, if you check Boland Park, and now it takes 10, it's slow. It's not easy to bet on. You check Wanderers, it easily accepts spin bowling now. Groundsman there is doing a good job to change Wanderers into what it is now. You can't expect to get pace all the time.
Sazani continues. Sean Gilson is still on 49. Looked so comfortable since striding to the wicket. Confident and strong in his defensive shots and finding the middle of the bat so often. He pushes this one into the covers and scampers through for the single. And he'll get plenty of applause from his dressing room because it brings up his 50.
Ah, that's 50 up for Gilson. Well constructed 50. Like I said before, there were no half chances of him getting out. It was flawless. Lovely to watch.
It's looked so measured from Gilson as he gets there in 59 deliveries. In 60 deliveries, rather. It's been a measured approach, risk-free cricket. He's done the job here for the Tuskers so far. Dot ball bowled here. Coach Ahmed Amla will be desperate to see him kick on and bat through. Fielded off his own bowling.
I like his actions. He just finishes early and be early to catch the ball.
You feel that he missed out there, Justin Laycock. And it's something that spinners work on a lot, is fielding off of their own bowling. Person who has come leaps and bounds with that since playing in varsity cricket days. In this Tuskers side, Sean Whitehead, we'll see him a little bit later with the left arm orthodox.
Did he not play it for SWD as well, Whitehead?
That is correct. Flicked away to mid-on, long on rather. Past Jason Nimont, who looks to be standing in quite a little bit of despair. It's a single to end the over. It takes the score to 141 for 3 after 30.
Yeah, they will be happy with this, to lose only 3 wickets, so that they can get the momentum at the back end of the innings. So they then try to cash in as many runs as possible.
We spoke about it being or looking like a slightly smaller boundary today. Opportunity at the back end to hit those big boundaries.
But it's a tricky one, Sam, because the outfield is not that quick. It's only few that are going for fours.
Oh, he's walked straight past that one. A brilliant delivery from Chad Clausen.
So maybe they will get about 2-3 more overs between him and Van Zyl, because you would like to see them at the back end of the innings. Maybe Iinyathi again, bowl there.
Coming down the wicket, try and throw him off his length again. And I saw Nico van Zyl just off screen at mid-on, doing a bit of a warm-up. Might just see him returning from the Bunkers Hill end. Looking for a little bit of variation, but driven. And driven in style. 4 more runs.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Piercing the covers for 4 runs. It was there to be hit. It will give him more confidence. It's moving now to 8.
little bit disappointed to see the variation coming out of Klaasen for that delivery, as he beat him so convincingly the one before that. That's the length, and I'll be looking for dot ball.
The problem with the bowlers, you see a good ball and then they will try to think of something else. Now they bowl wrong line the next ball, and you ask yourself why? Why change it if it worked the previous ball? If it's not broken, you can't fix it.
No need to. Klaasen runs away. There's a variation, a slow ball. I don't even want to call it a bouncer, but threw his shot way too early there, did Justin Laycock, and goes through for a dot ball.
Maybe it helped him that it was a slower ball, because if it was pace on, that was gonna travel. I'm telling you.
He definitely went after it. Back of a length again. He's calling him through for the single. Scampering at the bowler's end.
Interesting.
There's something that is so unfortunate. It's come off the bat and has run away for 4. And indicated as such by the umpire.
So the player obstructed the ball.
Shades of the Cricket World Cup. Also brings up 150. 150 for 3 after 31.
That brings also 150 up. 198 balls, 12 fours, only 1 6. The achieve rate is 4.8. Brings back Sizani to the attack.
It takes me back to 2019 Cricket World Cup. Run out attempted. Ben Stokes' end, goes in for the despairing dive. Ball comes off his bat, rolls over the boundary. All but takes the game to a super over where England win it from there against New Zealand. Wonder how much impact that boundary will have on today's game. Society continues, and it's short and pulled down to cow corner.
Keeps on changing his fielding.
Keeping the batters thinking as well. What's the plan that you've identified here, Ali?
Thing is, they keep on changing. You can't really be sure of what they're wanting to achieve.
Punched off the back foot only as far as mid-wicket. Feels that long on, long off. Sweeper, deep square leg. It's a fine looking cricket stroke that. It's a fine looking cricket shot, and a little bit of innovation brings about a boundary.
Well, it's good to see that the batsman is not going to commit himself on the fielding it's been placed. He's just trying to play his own game. That one, he just pierced it. It was fine. Beating the guy at 45. And also you see the bowler coming over and around. And I'm saying it's not easy. You can't really pick up what he's wanting to achieve.
Maybe the plan at the moment is that there is no plan, just go with the motions. Very dangerous thing to do in this game of cricket. Popped up off this pitch, that one.
Good. Good. Was it you?
A little bit of grip and turn. It's happened again, and twice now off the splice of the bat of Gilson, but he'll get through for a single. Also bring about an end to the 32nd over. After 32, it's 156 for 3.
Yeah, they would like to break this partnership because it's growing. Laycock is on 14. Gilson is on 55. And brings Klassen back to the attack. And also you can see there's some conversations on the field. Malika. That's well again having some conversations with Klassen. Four fielders on the onside. That was a full toss and it was dispatched. One bounce for 4. Gilson says, if you don't use the facilities, I will cash in. If he's using the pitch, there's lots of rewards to be reaped here. But now if you're going to pitch on the bat, the batsman is always going to cash in. And another 4.
Back-to-back boundaries here for the Tuskers, and pressure all on the bowler this time.
One thing I must say, he must always, Klassen remembers that he's bowling here at the coast, not in the high veld. That ball was short. It would have done differently if he bowled that one in Centurion or Wanderers.
Comfortable chest height delivery that for Gilson to put away. Work to be done now by Klassen. Better length from him. Pressure on the bowler now as he's conceded 8 runs in the first 3 deliveries. Partnership has quickly climbed up to 36 runs.
And that's a very last thing that the home team would like to see. Partnership creeping up.
Played on the up, steals a single. Great batting this from Gilson.
Yeah, that was lovely. Van Zyl was right on the ring. It also goes, if you discuss these things with your partner, you must back up on time so that you can get those quick singles. Same applies if it goes to the boundary. First run, you back up, you run it quickly so you can be able to chip in the second one.
Back of a length this time, played away to point.
You can see now, Laycock, his eyes are open now. He's trying to hit it hard. I was going to be worried if I were the Iinyathi guys, because they seem too comfortable now.
Fuller this time, driven to mid-on and a single again. Stolen to Neku van Zyl, who's been asked questions by his teammates. And single brings about to the end of the over, 166 for 3 after 33.
I see today Jerome has used 6 bowlers. Maybe Niemand is not going to have a go today.
A little bit colder in the air at the moment. Signs of changing weather conditions. A little bit more grey up in the skies.
Another thing coming to mind for me, Sam, is Jade only bowled 6 and he considered 15 runs.
Punches a single, does Justin Laycock. Saw him limping off the field a little bit earlier, Jade de Klerk. He had that moment where Matthew Fourie was on the field for an over. Laycock was also on the field at that same time. Perhaps explains why we haven't seen him with ball in hand again.
He has done very well today. 6 overs, 15 runs. Still to get a wicket.
Trying to stem the flow of runs here are Iinyathi, and they're trying to do that through Lisha Sazani. Youngster batted very well in his opening game. Short and wide, cut away with authority, but some brilliant fielding out in the deep. Keeps it down to only 2.
Great work there at the boundary by Gilson. Putting body on the line. It's good to see.
This one driven down to long off. Nice to see the big quicks getting dives in. Agile around the park.
But I'm scared in case they get injured and you still need them as a captain on the field.
Big shot of no. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with de Klerk there at all.
Yeah, he looks fine. I would love to see him come bowl again. As we think about it, 33 overs gone. When are they going to introduce him again this second spell? And he has done pretty well. Dot ball to finish the over there, 170 for 3.
And with that also brings about our second drinks break for the day. Back from the drinks break as the players make their way onto the field. 170 for 3 are the Tuskers, having lost the toss and being asked to bat first by Eastern Cape Iinyathi. And Sean Gilson, unbeaten on 67, was a wonder over from Apiwe Mnyanda, who picked up 2 wickets in it. His third over, which led to what seemed like it was going to be a sudden fall of wickets, but held together really well by Justin Laycock and Sean Gilson at the moment.
Looks like the umpire was not on the field. Maybe
Quick bathroom break, maybe?
went to the loo. Big question is when the team is behind with time, are they going to consider that the umpire went to the bathroom?
Knowing a few of these guys from Iinyathi quite personally, I'm sure 1 or 2 of them will ask a question.
And funny enough, the umpire was not on the field. Only now they're swapping the fielders.
Oh, Daswell was ready to run in and
He's not
and
ready
get
yet.
things going. And easily played through the covers or pick up a single. Easily, I think, is being the word there, is that it's been so easy for Tuskers. At least Gilson's made it look easy.
Yeah, he's played very well. He's composed.
Potton on the other end. Chad Justin Laycock on 16 runs. Short, pulled away. And pulled away well. Splits the fielders in half, picks up 4.
Yeah, that's well. He was short there. The batsman managed to find the gap between the 2 fielders. Ball goes for 4.
He's managed to split the gap between Carl Corner and square leg, and that's a really good placement. Standing up tall on this one, punching it straight.
That's where I would like to see Dadswell bowl. Because he's bowling slow and you can't bowl short.
Fuller this time. Only 1 field in the ring on the leg side, and that's 45. So always an easy single when it's a little bit straighter.
I like his approach, Dadswell. He's bowling slow, but still will give you cutters and slower balls. And that needs batsmen with patience. You need to wait for the ball to come to the willow.
What will be upsetting Dadswell at the moment is the ease with which strike is being rotated at the moment. Bowlers of his caliber like to try and keep the scoring opportunities down to a minimum. With the option of spreading the field as they have, it becomes easier. Shot for leg before, but 2 sounds on that. Must have been an edge. Almost becomes easier to find the singles when the field is spread as much as it is. And one of those things about the variations is that if you've got the field in, you're asking the batters to go over and beyond. End of the 35th over, 177 for 3.
Yeah, currently Dadswell is not a threat to the visitors. Looks like they're enjoying his bowling. It was easy to score from him. Get those singles, boundary now and then. So he's not troubling them at all.
I'd like to see a few more fielders coming into the ring when he's bowling. Just asking the batsman to have to try and manufacture runs. Bowl that line of length that he has been bowling, create the dot balls and dot ball pressure. Cezani continues into his 9th over. Strikes a single, does Gilson, takes him into 70.
Great innings by him. Partnership is 50. Took them 40 minutes, 56 balls.
Flat but short, but only as far as Niemann short mid-wicket.
See, this is one thing the Iinyathi must try to stop. These partnerships.
Short again, and this time pulled, and it's wide of long on, and pulled with plenty of authority. He'll pick up 4.
Yeah, that was short from Cezani. The batsmen are nicely set now. You can't bowl that short to a set batsman. Laycock now, his eyes in already.
Scampering through for a single.
One thing I like about him, the ball comes from the middle of the bat. Can middle it.
Much like Gilson's been doing, he's been timing the ball really well. Flicked off the pads there and upish, but in control, and get a single to long on.
Cezani's last ball.
Perhaps maybe looking to go up and over the bowler's head, but finding only the inside edge. I'll get through for the single to end the 36th over. After 36, it's 185 for 3.
I think the visitors have done exceptionally well. 185. By the time they reach 40 overs, they should really accelerate, because they've got lots of wickets in hand. They can do whatever they want from this point. Now we see Jade de Klerk coming back for his second spell. See if he can't get a wicket here.
It'll be important for Iinyathi here to try and stem the flow of runs, particularly if you're looking overhead at weather conditions. The more these guys score, the more it's going to start bringing DLS into the equation for the second innings. Losing wickets does have an exponential difference on your Duckworth, Lewis and Stern par.
Yeah, that's one system I don't understand. Duckworth, Lewis and Stern.
De Klerk in, finds the edge, and is going to run away down that hill for 4 runs.
Yeah, Nathan Rowe was there for quite some time, and then they took him out. Now the ball goes straight to the slip cordon, and it goes for 4. See if they're not going to put a man there again.
That's where Jason looked like he was going, and Nathan Rowe making his way from the sweeper boundary with a bit of a sprint to get into that first slip position. Unfortunately, Iinyathi found guilty of being reactive in their field placement. Goes on the reverse now, and it's an incredible shot, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, Laylock is going very well now. He manages to pierce these gaps. If you think about it, they're not there, but he's making it happen. Goes to 35.
Big shot, big shot!
That was interesting. The ball was wicket to wicket. I was expecting the umpire to give him. It looks like pitch outside of.
Another one going past the outside edge this time. Starting to create a little bit of that pressure that they would have been looking for.
Yeah, the thing is, there's no pressure at all for the visitors. If you can't find those dot balls, because they've been managing to rotate the strike, getting extras, so runs are just flowing for free.
It's in the air! And put down! Opportunity goes to begging for Eastern Cape Iinyathi, an opportunity that they were searching long and hard for, and you felt that there was an opportunity with the way that de Klerk had bowled in that over.
Laycock gets away with that. And you would rather say that was going to be a soft dismissal. It was a short ball. Was supposed to be dispatched. Took the top edge of the willow. And you're expecting that one to be taken. Pansale drops that one. And you would fancy it was a sitter. It will never come that easy.
Been a bit of a gloomy day for Iinyathi in the field. This one's pushed a little bit quicker from Cezano, who comes into bowl his 10th. 10th and final. Possibility of seeing Niemand in from that other end. Pull down towards long on. He'll get another single, will Gilson, excuse me.
And my concern now, that run rate, it moved up from 4 to 5 now. And the home team can't take the chances they get given.
Those chances have been so few and far between for the home side.
And hopefully Laycock won't go as far as scoring his half a century, which they will regret at the end of the day.
Put him down on 37. He's been hitting and timing the ball so well. It will be a question of how much is that drop catch going to cost them.
Things are not going the right direction for the Iinyathi. Dot ball. Cezanne will bowl his last ball for his spell.
Punched away down to long off for a single. Brings about the end of the 38th over and the end of his spell. He's done well, the young man. Is 46 for 1 in his 10 overs that he's bowled.
198 for 3 in 38 overs. The visitors, they looking in a good position. And they would like to accelerate from here. Make things very difficult for the home team. They've been winning with a bonus point and sometimes very close in getting that bonus point. Today maybe the visitors will try to put that away now.
De Klerk will continue from the Buffalo Park drive end. He's marshalling his troops at the moment. There's a big conversation that was happening between the batters at the middle of the wicket earlier. Perhaps plotting and planning how they're going to get through the next 12 overs or so. Getting on the sweep early is Gilson. He'll pick up a single. And the longer these two are in the middle together, the more dangerous this becomes for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. They'll be looking to pick up a wicket. just to stem the flow of runs.
Hence I was saying maybe it was a good thing that Jondi was out so that you get a batsman that will accelerate.
Good running between the two batters to steal a single.
And that's 200 up for the visitors. Came in 242 balls, 19 fours and 1 6. That came out of Jondi's willow through the covers.
Push down towards long on. Shane Dadswell doing well to cover that ground as quickly as what he did.
Today, it looks like all the Iinyathi batsmen must come to the party. Nathan Rue, Jerome, Jason, Malika. Malika just scored a century for his club here.
Half
A chance.
Seemed to have just dropped short of Jade de Klerk.
Gilson 75.
Gets on the reverse, but he's headed as far as Fansel.
One thing I like about him, his shots are flawless. There's no half chances of him getting out. On top of his game.
Gets on a sweep, and you speak about no half chances. That probably being the closest of all of them for Iinyathi, but also it's a dot ball, and it brings about an end to the 39th over. And Tuskers are 202 for 3.
Yeah, on that one, you would expect him to be on his front foot, defending that one. The only problem with these games is your shot selection. He's been good with his shot selections throughout. As we see Nyanda coming back for his second spell. He got 2 wickets on his first spell.
I'm surprised to see a little bit of variation coming into his bowling in this spell. Bowls his cutters incredibly well. And something that a lot of seamers aren't able to do is actually encourage a little bit of grip and turn when he rolls his fingers and turns his wrist.
And I also think that when they are thinking too much of those cutters, and it's where they bowl wide. As we saw, he bowled a couple of those down the leg. Four fielders out.
Looked like a bit of a laboured run up that. A little bit slower than coming into the wicket than what he usually runs, perhaps loosening up a few stiff muscles.
And also he had a problem with his rhythm on his first spell. So maybe it's something he thought about.
Oh, shimmies down the wicket. There's a cutter that sticks in the wicket. Having to adjust his shot was Justin Laycock. He moves past 40. He's on 41 now off 44 deliveries. 45 deliveries.
He's doing a great job, Laycock. Because Jondi was scoring with a slow rate. See, after his departure, the run rate went up.
Another variation delivery. Forces a false shot out of Gilson. Down the leg side this time around. Wide given by the umpire. The scorers in their book will mark an extra notch in that extras column.
Same thing we've been talking about, these extras. It's going to cost them at the end of the day.
Down the wicket, flat batted. Dropping just short of Gleaves, who is at mid-off. Quite deep on the ring, so ball not carrying to him.
They've got lots of options. I believe Chris Gleaves is also a wiki as well, coming from Grahamstown, Graham College. He's a farm boy.
Short. Too short. Wide.
And ask yourself, was that worth it? Because if you bowl those, they must be directed. That was well above his head.
He might just negotiate with you that he's got an extra chance to get Laycock out here. Head shake from Ali here next to me. Short and cut away. This time only as far as sweeper on the boundary, Jade de Klerk. Oh, here's that extra delivery. We'll see from here if it's really worth it.
Maybe it was his lucky ball.
If he does by some chance get Gilson out here, he'll tell you it was all part of the plan to get him back on strike.
Always a case, mate.
Backs away, gives himself room, but hits only as far as extra cover. Brings about an end to the over. End of the 40th over. 207 for 3 now. We roll into the third and final power play.
Yeah, we're going to see now a change of a game plan. They've got enough runs on the ball, on the board rather, 207. So it's only now 10 overs left. So maybe they would like to get about 80 runs or so in that 10 overs. So they're in a better position to take this game away from the host.
Biggest danger for Iinyathi here is the wickets column. Then again, they'll also tell you that it also brings about opportunity for them to strike. Flicked away. Justin Laycock now moves to 43. He's done it in no time.
And I bet you, Sam, once he gets to his 50, he will shift the gears up.
He's been threatening to do so, and so too has Gilson. We saw in the last couple of deliveries in that previous over, shifting down the wicket, shimming down the wicket, and giving himself room. This time stands at a stable base, pulls it away into the gap, looking for 2, but Nathan Rue doing some good work on the boundary.
Yeah, great work by Rue on the boundary there. Saved 3 runs. It's also got a strong arm. They couldn't steal another run.
Another one down the leg side. I think that it's missed everything. They come back for 2 leg buys.
Those extras keep going up and up. Maybe you'd also ask yourself, was this the right interval to bring back Jade to the attack?
I think for the meantime, the batters both look comfortable just nudging singles. Getting 5 or 6 runs off of the Claddock's over and then taking on the seamers with the balls coming on a little bit more. First real attacking shot. It's a short boundary. Even if it was the full boundary, it has sailed over the ropes, sailed over the advertising board. 6 more.
Yeah, that was nicely timed. It got underneath that one. Hit that one clean. It was as clean as a whistle for 6. Just after I asked if it was the right time towards the back end of the innings to bowl a spin bowler.
We've seen cricketers over the years breaking the molds of opening with seamers or finishing with seamers and having spinners at the top.
And sometimes you get spinners bowling super overs. So the game of cricket has changed a lot.
This is brilliant batting here from Gilson. Happy to just nudge a single after taking 6 off the over in the previous delivery. Expensive over that one. 12 coming from it. 219 for 3 after 41.
It was one bad ball that went for a 6. So a single ball can make a lot of a difference.
What Iinyathi have done, even in that game against Northern Cape Heat here a couple of weeks ago, they were guilty of bowling a boundary ball at the top of the over. And from there, the batters can happily trot along, rotating strike, and still picking up nearly 10 and over. Much like that, he's flicked it over car corner. And now he's really starting to put his foot down, is Gilson.
Yeah, that was a bad ball by Mnyanda. It was almost a giveaway. Managed to get underneath the ball, flicked it for 6. And he now moves to 90.
Into the so-called nervous 90s, but nothing nervous about the way that Gilson looks at the moment. Our corner's being put out now. Got a single field in the ring on the leg side. Happy to chop it away towards sweeper. It's to his right. He might just get a boundary here. There's some phenomenal fielding on the ropes there by Clausen.
Yeah, great save by Clausen the boundary. That one was a slow ball from Mnyanda. And you ask yourself, they put cow corner on and then he bowls wide. Sometimes I've got a problem, Sam, in changing the fielders. Sometimes it's just one bad ball by the bowler. You don't have to change a thing in terms of the fielding.
Almost reactive boundary or fielding settings. Looking to get risky with this one to push it down towards mid-off.
Looks like it's going to be a test for the home side here today. wonder how much are they happy in chasing down on this wicket.
Malika doing extremely well behind the stumps there to keep that down to a dot.
I also used to watch Budaza bowling here when we were still with Warriors. Boda and EP made one team. When he would come play here, he used to play for Knights back then.
Yeah.
I used to bowl well here, and when I'm having a chat with him, he will say, this is my ground. I played here a lot of cricket, so I know the areas to hit.
Backing away to give himself some room. A little bit of aggression shown by the youngster. Daza in the setup for the away side today.
He's also coming from Grahamstown.
Big left arm quick. Short. Turned around the corner. He'll pick up a single. Takes the partnership up to 100 runs.
Yeah, that's a good knock between these two, Gilson and Laylock. Something the Iinyathi would love to have done when he was still on 37. They dropped the catch. Now they're paying dearly for that.
Did ask the question a little bit earlier on in the innings of just how badly they were going to come back to rue that drop catch. Well, it's had quite an impact on the partnership at least. Flicked into the onside. They've run the first one extremely hard. Nathan Rue covering a lot of ground, so they won't come back for two.
Yeah, I like the attitude between the batsmen. You see, they're eager in getting those runs, irrespective how they come, be it boundaries or running in between the wickets.
A lot of turn on this one. was looking to just paddle it around the corner was Justin Laycock. This time, standing true, he's punched it wide of long off, and straight away, as soon as it came off the bat, the call was two, and coming back for the second.
I haven't seen any threatening balls from the Iinyathi bowlers here.
Pulls out the broom, sweeps. Some good work done in the deep there. Keep it down to a single.
Yeah, the visitors are scoring comfortable now. They do whatever they like. They sweep at times, and they're doing that flawlessly. It's lovely to watch.
Slower this time from de Glad, but turned around the corner. Getting past a despairing dive of Chris Cleaves. Takes Gilson now to 95.
Laylock on 47. Maybe he's just one blow away.
De Glad doing what he can to make it take a little bit longer. Punch down wide of long on. He comes back for the second. We'll take him up to 49.
And that's the end of the over. And it's lovely now to see the visitors. They sing this ball like now a watermelon. It's big. The home side is not a threat at all. They're scoring easily.
It's 43 overs bowled. 235 for 3. Push towards Gleaves, who's at mid-off and stealing another single.
Yeah, one thing they're making sure now is to get a run with each and every ball they're facing. Laylock is 49, Gilson 96. And they will just take turns to get into their milestones. Laylock needs 1 to get his half a century, while Gilson needs 4.
Keeping it down to a dot ball. Gilson with a slight change to his approach. Or rather, Laylock with a slight change to his approach as he gets closer and closer to that half-century mark. Turns it around the corner. Look up to the heavens in relief as he gets there eventually. He's brought up 50 in just 54 deliveries, and what a knock it's been for Justin Laylock.
Great knock for Laylock. And remember, they dropped him at 37. So now he's making them pay for their mistakes. Scored that out of 55 balls. Scored 5 fours. 237. Gilson on 96. There's only 1 blow away.
Looking to try and make that the blow, but catching only the toe end of the bat. We move to 97.
Yeah, that scorecard looks nicely, Sam. Lee's 15, Rapulana 41, except Shackleton 2. But the rest of the batsmen, they did their job very well.
Particularly these two in this part of the game, because we were asking correct questions before that second drinks break of how they go about things and needing to rotate the strike, but they've managed to score quite freely like that one. We'll have to get one of the supporters to throw that back. It's out of here.
Yeah, that was shot from Apiwe. And you can't bowl that shot and trying to hit the deck hard. He should know his ground very well. Something he's not supposed to do, to bowl short. And now he's paying dearly for that.
Well, we asked the question of when they would eventually put the foot down on the accelerator. It seems as though they've popped the clutch now as well and moving quite swiftly along.
Yeah, from this position, they will just accelerate, Sam.
Again, short, crack, 4.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of those. I mean, they've got nothing to lose. They've got enough runs in the bag already. 248 for 3 wickets down. That's the end of the over.
An expensive over. 13 coming off it in the end.
Yeah, also his figures are expensive. They bowled 8 and 58 for 2. So some of the balls he bowled were just giveaways, just like the last one.
Those last 2 deliveries were almost in the middle of nowhere.
making it too easy for the batsmen. Like there were no questions asked today. It was too easy for the visitors. As we see now, Van Sale coming back to the attack on his third spell.
This is going to be an important little run in here for Van Sale and Iinyathi. He is their strike bowler. He is their talisman. There'll be a lot of expectation on his shoulders to break this partnership.
Yeah, he must make up for that catch he dropped. It's payback time.
Full, flicked off the legs. Will be a single.
Yeah, this is good cricket, Sam, we're watching. Trying to score out of every ball they're bowling. And that's a good way to success. You don't have to hit the boundaries. Singles are fine. And 10 those 1s to 2s at times.
Well, they've done that really well, and you speak about intensity. Van Sale continues looking for the block hole. They'll get a single. Brings up 250 on the board for the visitors. We were just speaking about the concept of intensity, and a lot of people have this misguided opinion of intensity as a thing of coming in and hitting everything hard from ball one. And what these guys have gone and done is even the forward defensive strokes have been hard and they've been confident, solid contact with bat on ball. Another one in the block hole. Is running ones really hard and turning ones into twos and twos into threes, and to the extent that when the opportunity has come for the boundary ball where it has been bowled, they've already taken 3 or 4 off the over. And that's just seen the run rate climb up from where it was floating at about 3.8 to the 5.6 that we have now.
It has become healthy now.
Full again, and this time it's a leading edge that just hobbles over the inner ring. And with that, those nervous moments have come to an end. The away dressing room erupts, and what a knock and what an innings it has been. Sean Gilson has brought up 100.
Great knock by Gilson. It was lovely to watch. When it's your day, it's your day. That came off the edge, but he got the runs he wanted. It looks like we've got milestone after milestones now. It's a game of milestones. It was 50 just now, 250 partnership, 100. They're ticking all the boxes.
Gives himself some room, inside out, boundaries are short. Well, we spoke about hitting the accelerator, we spoke about popping clutches, now we're about to drop a gear and disappear by the looks of things. 6 more.
Yeah, it was about time. We're going to see lots of those. Just cleared his front foot on that one. And it's set well on this willow. Right in the middle for 6.
In the block hole again, flicked away, back-to-back boundaries. What an over this has been for the Tuskers.
Yeah, when it rained, it pours. That was flicked off for 4 to end the over. 262 for 3 wickets down. Laycock on 61. Gilson on 110. It makes me wonder, Sam, should the visitors win the toss, what were they going to do? Or maybe it looks like a good toss to lose.
Given the decision and where we are in the game at the moment, it does seem like a very good toss to have lost. I'll have to try and whisper in Michael Erlang's ear and find out what he would have done had he won the toss, but I see him sitting in the dugout at the moment with pads on, ready to go. He's a confident cricketer, is Michael. I had the chance of sharing the dressing room with him back when he was at the University of the Free State, in and out of the Knights ranks as well. Very, very confident player. Believes so much in being on the front foot. And that being said, you might just think he would have chosen a bat first.
Yeah, and also, I think the reason behind for the home side to bowl first is that they've been chasing very well. So they opted for their strength.
Nyanda into his 9th, and they'll be fetching that one from other side the boundary ropes as well. It's gone for 6.
Yeah, remember we saw we're gonna see lots of those. And the boundary is short. So the ball is traveling, flying over the boundary. 6 runs. But that was wide from Nyanda. You can't bowl there.
Iinyathi will have to be very careful with how they go about the next 5 or so overs. 320 to 340 is looking very possible at the moment.
And maybe they'll try to push it as far as that.
It brings about a interesting change into the field. Kyle corner and deep square leg have come in. Deep third man. Deep point. Sweeper. And long off and long on.
And interesting enough, Laylock is asking for off stump.
Well, the plan here from Nyanda will be to hit that wide line outside the off stump. I mentioned varsity cricket day, something that we used to do. We called it the Sterry Stumpy back then. Full and wide. It should just be a single. Varsity cricket, they've got that power play over where a wicket earns you 5 runs. And it was a simple task of bowl 6 wide, full and wide, and you've covered all the different boundary options. And when the batters called that power play over, you hear the captain shouting Sterry Stumpy. Everybody knew where they needed to go. He'll most likely look to do the same thing here. Yeah, he has. And he'll come from around the wicket to the left-hander. He's also taken his guard on off-stump. And he'll go full and wide at that off-stump line. The concept here is better. In order for you to score runs, you've got to make the play of walking across the wicket. Just like that. 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, they are targeting that leg side boundary. Nyanda does not have answers for the visitors. The scoreboard keeps ticking. 273. After 8.3 overs, he's sitting on 69 runs.
What Gilson and Justin Laylock have done really well is that they've taken their guard on off stump, and you can see how deep he's batting in his crease. Short this time and gets away with it because there's absolutely no one out there if it comes off the bat in the right way. What these two batters have done extraordinarily well is that by batting on the off stump, it decreases Nyanda's margin for error of how far he can go to that wide line until such time they decide to walk across the wicket.
I also see when they are asking for that off stump, he also switches from over to around or around to over.
And you see it there, there's a slight little shift. And that's why the long on is there as well, just in case he gets his length wrong. And batters can get underneath him. But what Gilson did so well with that previous 4 that he hit over Kyle corner, it's just how deep he's batting in his crease. He was able to really manipulate it over that mid-wicket boundary rider.
They're busy trying to adjust the fielding.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Something that Shane Dadswell said, and he said that we've got to look to make changes. The plan's not working, boy. Straight this time. Some work to do for de Klerk, but does it quite comfortably. He'll be happy to see the end of that over. Nyanda, he has gone for 72 of the 9 that he's bowled. It's 276 for 3 after 46 overs.
Yeah, those figures aren't looking good. Sam, after coming from previous game, taking 4 wickets. And then now you 972 for 2.
He was 4 for 34 in 10 in his last return. Now, Nico van Zyl now has got to step up to the baptism of fire. 116 for Sean Gilson. 69 for Chad Laycock, excuse me.
Is that the highest score on this division so far? 116.
It's more or less par with what Nathan Rue scored here 2 weeks ago, so yes.
Maybe that's going to be broken today. Gilson looks like he's on top of his form.
Dug into the block hole, he'll flick it away to Carl corner.
Or maybe the plan will be they try to get as many runs as possible and then try to fight for the bonus point when they're fielding. Trying to put pressure on the hosts. See if they can't lose wickets cheaply.
It will definitely be an element that they take into the game. Especially when Iinyathi have got to put their chase together. It's not quite a total where they'll have to go from ball 1. However, they're going to have to be very positive in how they bat. Every field on the leg side is out. Opens up and looking to play inside out and dot ball, a rare dot ball.
He was trying to line him up there. As you see now, what they're trying to do is just to smash. They're in a good position now, 277 for 3. All they have to do is to get more runs, irrespective how they come. Even if it's edges, they will tell you they always count.
Oh, might be in danger there. Yep, square leg umpire's arm has gone out. I'll come back for the second. Opportunity at the batter's end and coming back for the second, and Van Zyl will have to bowl that one again after he's bowled the free hit delivery.
Yeah, that should be the first free hit of the day. Partnership goes to 150. 126 balls, 12 fours and 5 sixes.
It's been a brilliant batting display by these two. Oh, he's almost taking his partner's head off straight as an arrow. 4 runs.
Yeah, there's no filter for that one. It was just a freebie. 280 for 3. Laylo goes to 75. And remember, they dropped him at 37. We'll keep on mentioning that. Maybe he's eyeing also his century here.
Not far off it now. It's 25 runs needed. Slow ball from Van Zyl. It's wristy. Down to Gilson, who's at long off. And we speak about the measured approach from these two, and we spoke earlier while Rapulana was at the crease about how desperate they would have been to have a batsman who settles in to bat around him. Upstepped Gilson. And he just continues to go. He's picked out the gap so incredibly well. 4 more runs.
Yeah, that was a low full toss. And it was dispatched for 4. We've got some little cameo going on here now. Spectators are entertained. He started in a rather slow way. And now they're just increasing the intensity. Pansel, Gilson.
Short, top edge. It's a short boundary. 6 more.
Yeah, they will take them as they come. Top edge. It still gives them 6 runs. They'll be happy with that.
Brings about the end of the over. End of the 47th. 295 for 3.
3 overs to go. Gilson is on 127. Laylock 76. We see now there's some discussion there between the batsmen. And the plan is clear, not to take off the foot from the accelerator.
See ball, hit ball, as Quinton de Kock would say.
Iinyathi is coming back to finish his spell.
3 overs left in this innings. 3 for Klaasen still remaining. 3 for Van Zyl. Janno's going to come in and bowl his final over. They'll have to be very careful here with their over rate. They shift and move the field around.
Those extras went to 34.
Bit of a delay here trying to figure out what fields to set. He's pulled this one. He's slightly right of de Klerk, but he's done some great work.
Strong arm from Jade. But one thing when I saw that disturbed me was the fact that Nyanda is not placing his field. He's being assisted as if he does not know where to bowl. As a bowler, you know what you're going to bowl and what field you want.
Most likely find that there's a little bit of advice that's coming through from 1 or 2 of the senior players, having tried several plans in his last over. Looking to get fancy. He's looked good while standing still and striking the ball from a strong base.
It's always a case of wanting to make things happen. If it's not broken, you can't fix it. That was needless. Could have gotten a single there. Drive it down.
He's been timing the ball so well, he probably would have put it into the advertising boards.
Keeps on looking at his cow corner. Maybe we're gonna see one of those premeditated shots.
And now will continue from around the wicket. Digs it into the block. Oh, he's got back-to-back dot balls. This is crucial for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. He's done well, the young man, to come back from his previous over.
And it went up to 6 and over. They've accelerated very well. And it was a blessing in disguise for them to lose Rapulana.
He's picked this up, but also just slightly right of Jade de Klerk at long on. Long off, rather. He's striking the ball so well.
They've got a good game here, the visitors. And they're hitting the ball all over the field.
Looking around the ground, and skies are just getting slightly darker at the moment. You almost start to think that it would be a shame to not get this full game in. Punch straight, some work to do for Niemand. Keep it down to a single. This has been an incredible over here for Nyanda, who's got one more delivery to come. He's only conceded 3.
A good comeback. And the visitors needing only 2 runs to get to that 300 mark. And they should get that easily.
Going for that reverse scoop. We've seen Joe Root play that shot quite often. Sam Constas as well for Australia, but he's only managed to chalk his cue and pick up a single down to deep point, and it brings about an end to the 48th over, 299 for 3.
Yeah, that spell from Nyanda. 10 overs, 76 runs for 2. Legitimate ball 60. 2 more overs. 1 more milestone to be achieved.
Chad Justin Laycock will be telling you that he hopes for 2 more milestones as he sits on 78. Full swinging in and flicked onto the onside, almost beating Nathan Rue on the bounce, but keeps it down to 1.
And that brings 300 up for the visitors. They'll be happy with that. It's a very healthy score. That came in 3 or 4 balls. That was quick. They managed to catch up.
Considering the slow start that they had in the first power play, they were scoring at about 3.5 runs and over, and 3.4 runs and over. I think they won 34 after the first 10. And the block hole again, dug out, running really hard in the middle, looking for the second. Forcing a fumble from an otherwise really good outfield fielder in Jason Niemand.
Yeah, it's not easy to nail those block holes now at this time because the batsmen are batting deep in their creases. So that was almost
Nice. Missed the block hole there, an opportunity. Some good work that's done out by Chad Claassen at long off.
Yeah, like I was saying, the batsmen are deep in their crease. So the bowler just misses the length by inches. Let's see how they're going to negotiate this one. Laylock. Van Sail.
Wow! Fetch that in the practice nets.
Yeah, that was written, hit me all over it. You can't bowl there. He pitched on the bat. That was a big 6. So it goes to 88. It's a big maybe if he can't get to that century.
Are you definitely looking for it?
Van Sale. Laylock.
It goes again, does Laycock, but it's opportunity, no opportunity. It's gone for another 6.
And with that boundary, he moves to 94. Getting closer and closer to his century. This is indeed a game of milestones today. He's only one blow away. If he gets underneath it, he can achieve the result.
Oh, into the block hole again, this time by Van Zyl. They'll look for 2 because he's hit it really well. Moves himself up to 94. Brings about the end of the 49th over as well. 318 for 3 are the Tuskers. A little bit of a hobble it looks like there from Chad Justin Laycock. Might be cramping a bit. What becomes most important here? Ali, does Gilson give him the strike and get him up to 100? Or does he look to bludgeon a couple of boundaries from the striker's end?
That's what I was thinking about as well. But the thing is, you've got a milestone around the corner. You can just take a 1, let the guy go. Because you already got your 100 anyhow. But you will get other people telling you it's all about the team, what the team needs, not the individuals.
At the moment, both these batters are hitting it to every corner of the boundary.
So I would expect Gilson to take a 1 and maybe give Laylock a strike, and then after he gets his century, they can just throw the toys out of the court.
And he does just that, flicks it onto the onside for a single. Gilson moves up to 131. 96 for Chad Justin Laycock.
See the adjustments on the field. And he doesn't look bothered.
Hitting it as far as what he has been today. No reason for him to be bothered. Deep point, sweeper, long off, long on in a cow corner. Up comes long on, or cow corner rather, and down goes third man.
Well, they had 6 men out, so they had to call one guy into the circle.
Chalks his cue, it'll only be 1.
That one looks like it was a slower ball. Didn't come nice to the bat.
An incredible partnership this has been. It's climbed up to 192 runs. A little bit of a discussion in the middle as to how do they approach the last couple of deliveries.
Do I get a single, or must I keep going to add to the score?
I'd also like to take my helmet off, get a single. Does just that as well. Flick down to fine leg. No. Hard running as they have been doing. Looks like 1 or 2 dripples might be descending from the heavens.
Three more deliveries.
193 now this partnership. 97 for Chad Justin Laycock. Back of the hand, slow ball. It's gone wide.
He's running away from the batsman.
Wouldn't want to be a bowler dressed in blue today either.
$322 for 3. 3 balls remaining.
Slow ball again, and not given wide this time.
And Gilson will tell him, no, mate, I've done my part. It's up to you to finish now.
It's all on you. It's all on you.
In terms of the score, they've got more than enough. I think they should be able to defend that.
Yeah, we were talking about a target of 260 earlier. Dot ball again. He's doing really well to find those areas, is Klaasen at the moment.
Last ball.
That's when you start to speak about turning points and momentum shifts and how important it would be for Klaasen and Iinyathi to keep this down to a dot ball and not allow Laycock to get to his 100. But how much of a win would it be for them if he did? Crack. It's gone through square. They'll push and push hard. He's turned and come back for the second opportunity at the non-striker's end. He'll finish the innings unbeaten on 99. But the man of the moment, Sean Gilson, finishes the innings on 132. What an incredible batting performance by these two. Kicks the ground in disgust for not getting to 3 figures, but his whole team will be out to give him a round of applause because what fantastic batting that has been between these two to carry their side to 324 for 3 after 50 overs.
Yeah, that was a great display of cricket today. Gilson finishes on 132 and Laylock on 99. It was just one blow away. They would fancy that they've got more than enough on the board to defend it.
You know, we spoke about the targets being looking at around 240 to 260, and even that looked like it was a little bit out of reach with how they started, and these two coming to do so well at the back end. And we're seeing some conversations between Jerome Bossa and the umpires. Bossa asking for the small roller, not the big one, and just a sweep. I'm trying to keep those cracks intact on the wicket. But a lot of work to do here for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. They've been set a target of 325 for victory. We'll break for lunch and we'll be back soon. Welcome back to Buffalo Park Cricket Stadium, where we're getting into the second innings between the Tuskers and Eastern Cape Iinyathi in this Division 2 CSA One-Day Cup match. And 325 is what was posted for victory by Tuskers, who lost the toss this morning and were sent in to bat by Iinyathi. Unbeaten knocks that came from Sean Gilson, as well as Chad Laycock, would carry their team to an incredible total that they mustered up here. My name is Sam Lutij, and I'm joined by Ali Jack, who we'll get to in a second. Michael Adelank opens the bowling against Nathan Roove. On the other side of him, he's Captain Jerome Bossa. Perhaps looking to do something a little bit different, but Ali, what a great first innings we've seen.
Yeah, no, we had some good cricket earlier on. It was lovely to watch. And very interesting to see the visitors starting to use a spin bowler in the power play, Nochal using the new ball.
He had a stint of doing this in the T20 game as well, did Adelank. More than happy to take the new ball. And for him, it's a bit of turn as well. And perhaps maybe seeing if they can burn through a couple of overs early on. As Ruru comes down the wicket, and try and burn through a couple of overs early on and really put the screws and the pressure on Eastern Cape Iinyathi, especially considering the fact that we had some rain come fall down during the lunch break, as Ruru defends again. And with that rain that came down during lunch, had the covers out. But it does bring into the conversation Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. The pressure that will then put on Iinyathi to have to keep up to score and keep up to pace, and particularly with the overs, and then having to take deep care of what's in the wickets column as Ruru manages to squeeze this one into the covers and picks up a single to end the first over. Iinyathi are 3 for none.
Yeah, I think, Sam, I like the approach the visitors are using, starting with a spin bowler. Looks like they're going to open up on the other side with Budaza. I like the fact that most top order batsmen, rather the openers, they would prefer a hard ball coming to the bat, not a spin bowler. I would always make reference of Quinton de Kock. I think the whole country have noticed that he's struggling with the slower ball. So it's quite a good move to see the visitors thinking like that way. Find that the host must go to the ball, not the ball come to them. Must take the pace off. Should be an interesting game, though.
You know, from one man who played cricket in Bloemfontein to another man who played cricket in Bloemfontein. Both of them bowling to a man who also played cricket in Bloemfontein. Back of a length to start off with, and he tucks us under his arm. Happy to take the single there. Iinyathi also starting off with the left-right combination at the top of the order.
One thing I've just noticed from the first over, if it's a dot ball, the required rate keeps going up, because it was 6 from the beginning. So any dot ball, it will make a big impact here. And you will find out these guys need to make sure they score each and every ball.
Not only the required rate, but also the pass score for Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. Short, pulled away, it's into the gap. Whitehead giving chase. They'll get 2 for that one.
And it looks like when the ball hits the ground, it sticks. Because he didn't get hold of that one nicely, Jerome Boza. It was there to be hit, but you could see that it sticked, so it didn't come nicely to the bat.
Towels are out in the field. Back of a length this time as well, which is normally where he bowls. Hits a hard length. He's quite tall.
And I'm also liking the approach Jerome is using, because with Tuskers' openers, they were just flashing the bat, but you could see now his boat is right behind the ball, playing it under his eyes.
It was Jack Lees who struggled with that at the top of the innings. The footwork wasn't really going for him. Like you say, man, he's just guilty of throwing his hands at one too many. It did look a bit tough for him at the start of the innings. A little bit of shape from Pudaza. Going away from left-handed Bossa. Picked up an unbeaten 114 last week. He'll look to build on that. It's in their 7-wicket victory against the Impalas.
I also think off-season he was in England. He also scored a double century there, breaking records of the club. So he knows the story, Jerome Boza.
He gets his eyes right underneath this one. Plays it only as far as cover.
I would like to see him picking up where he left off. So I like it also, the bat comes nice, the ball nice to the bat, hitting the middle. You see he's in control of his cricket shots.
Short, pulled away, and pulled away well. We'll take one bounce, second bounce, and skip over the rope. And finish off with the boundary. 2 overs gone, 10 for none.
Yeah, one thing the visitors won't want to do is not to take lessons. Because it happened when they were batting anything short, it was dispatched. So maybe it's something that Budaza needs to ponder about. He can't bowl that short. Yes, they may have a big total, but I mean, the way to defend it, they need to be disciplined.
Adelank will continue.
There was still a single there to get Jerome Boza on strike. At halftime, there was a bit of a drizzle, but that has cleared now.
Dot ball there too. Captain versus captain. Captain on captain again, and this time it's a home captain that wins that battle. Chopped it away for 4.
That was lovely to watch. He pierced the gap there for 4. Looks like he hasn't lost his form. But I'm afraid, in most cases, when the commentators are saying something, and then the opposite happens, what do you call commentator's curse? What do you hope for?
And straight away there's an appeal. Perhaps looking to see if that was pad first before it got to the bat.
It's also quite a nice match-up. He's taking the ball away from the left-hander.
I'll be cautious, will Eastern Cape Iinyathi, because of the weather afoot that's threatening to break at any moment. They'll also not want to lose any wickets while chasing this total.
Third over, they're taking the slip guy out.
Short again, cut again, this time not managing to make it out the circle. It's a top ball that brings about the end of the over, fielded by Ziad Abrams in Iinyathi, 15 for none after 3.
Maybe one thing they must also keep checking is that Duckworth Lewis, the pass score. Now there's just 2 behind, and there's no threat at the moment of the weather. It's something they will have to keep an eye on it.
Short and accepted by Rue. It plugs into the wet outfield. The chase is on. And it's good set of fielding there, done there. It's Laycock who does the work. Chad Justin Laycock was unbeaten on 99 in the first innings. Brilliant knock and some good acceleration at the back end with Sean Gilson.
Outfield is still slow. It's going to cause some problems for the home team.
It's driven on the up, but overstepping. It's something that he struggled for a while throughout his career, Mbulelo Putaza. We'll have a free hit early on in the innings.
What shoe size is he wearing?
Get him 2 sizes bigger. Try to keep that foot behind the line.
Nathan Rowe would like to work that one. Make sure it counts.
Well, he's going to get a second attempt at it because it's gone wide. Watched him for a period in his career, Mbulelo Putaza, where run-up wasn't quite functioning well. Disciplines had sort of gone in. As he gets into that space, it's difficult for him to work himself back out of it. A couple of wides here and there, oversteps here and there. Does have the potential to get inside his own head. Crack! He's got all of that, does Nathan Rue. 6 more!
Yeah, that was lovely to watch. He got underneath it one, and he dispatched it for 6 rather. Nathan Rue, he would like to get back to his form, because he had a scintillating 100 here the other day. And both batsmen on the crease now. On this competition, they do have their 100s already.
One left from Rue. We would have felt that he might just have a bit of a tell and a pickup from what Putaza's doing after that last 6, but containing his disciplines enough to not try and go after what wasn't a free hit.
I was just thinking about what you said earlier on, in terms of him having a problem with his rhythm. Is it maybe not the fact that you deal with lots of coaches and some they overlook certain things or certain habits you're making.
Short, chopped away, and as far as point.
And also, I'm thinking how much can you change from a player of his caliber?
That's exactly what I was going to start leaning towards when I spent time coaching at the University of the Free State. A lot of things I used to tell my bowlers and my batters at the time was, it's unfortunately too late for me to coach you certain skills and certain skill sets. There's things that should have been developed from earlier on. Short and cut away again. Fielded. And what was the answer for me was the mentality behind it and the mental game behind it. Sort of adjusting. You adjust one or two minor things. I think rhythm for bowlers is always an important and crucial factor. To chop and change run-ups at this point in time and to chop and change delivery strides and gathers and such, while it might be important, is a very difficult thing to do. Asking somebody to unlearn 20 odd years of playing cricket. Driven this time. Finds the gap past Whitehead. 4 more for Nathan LaRue. And it's a boundary as well to end the 4th over. And it's 29 for none after 4.
It looks like there's value for shots here. If it's there to be hit, you hit it. That was in the gap for 4. And I'm liking the approach the Iinyathi are using here. Trying to fight fire with fire. Because there is no way you're going to get there to the target playing soft. You need to go hard. And what I like, it's only bad balls that are being punished.
Adelank will continue. And I think just to finish off the conversation we had before, that beautiful cover drive, it becomes a thing of making work what a person already has by making as few changes as possible. It's played away. If it's a batter, you're maybe changing the guard that they take. Instead of batting on middle and leg or 2 leg, then they bat on middle stump. Just get them a little bit closer to the action. It's driven away, but dot ball again. If it's a bowler, you're maybe changing the pace and how they're running in. Small minimal changes to yield the best results. Drop short and cut away, but the sweeper is fairly forward of square. Reminds me of somebody that I used to coach who could never play the cut shot. And eventually the only solution was just leave the ball when it's short and wide. Every time he tried to play it, find himself getting caught at point. Dot ball this time around, and at the age of 28, 29, it's not all too much that you're going to change in the habit of how they play the cut shot. Finding the outside half of the back, dot ball.
They're asking questions now, the visitors. But surprisingly enough, Sam, the cut shot is one of those shots as a batsman you need to have. Because it's where you will cash in more runs. And that's the end of the over. And the score now is 30 for no loss. And we've got nice drills for that. Those cut shots, pull shots, and just throw the ball underarm. Guys just need to work hard.
That's also another thing that you have to deal with when in university, particularly if you're not coaching or playing in the first team, is that the players are more likely to dedicate their time to studies, which is brilliant. Does limit things a little bit though in terms of playing the game. Change of bowling now. Abrams comes into the attack. It's a wide ball to start off with. Bulelo Butaza bowling only his 2 overs. Might be looking at a change of ends. We'll see him go down to fine leg. He was 2 for 55 in 10 in their previous game. And they beat the Storm. It's Abrams, that is. Driven well, but won't get out the ring.
I couldn't get the gap there. It's just like his aggressiveness. Just a matter of timing where he can just get the ball into the gaps.
He'll be okay with that, Bossa, because he's played it confidently, he's timed it really well. Unlike that one, as you can see, he's trying to thread that gap between extra cover and point.
On the few first overs, he played that well. Bodie was behind the line, but now he just threw his arms there. He was not in control of the shot.
Batting like he's 120 runs in already. It'll be 1 bounce to third man.
I'm a fan of players playing like that. Must be aggressive because there's only 2 guys out. If you hit it, you must hit it hard.
Yeah, they say fortune favors the brave.
True that.
Defended by Roo.
And also what maybe they might need to do to rotate that strike as often as they can, just to see how they're going to cope with the left and the right hand combination.
Defended away to the offside.
Let's see Abrams how he's going to negotiate his last ball.
Straight this time, he's flicked it, it's a leading edge. And the change of bowling has worked. Nathan Roo must depart. It's Chad Laycock who does the tidying in the field. And Iinyathi all of a sudden are reeling on 32 for 1. Not the start they would have wanted.
Yeah, not the start they would have wanted, Sam. Indeed, Roo departs for 15. The ball, he was looking to play it onside, but took the leading edge. It was way too early for that shot. And unfortunately, he departs facing 21 balls. Now in come Sizani. And he's coming quite early. He will have lots of time to get his eye in and do what he does best.
Also been in the runs for Eastern Cape Iinyathi has Usazani.
It's a good thing we saw that when Marco Murray left, it's only when he was introduced, and he has done fairly well.
looking to cut away there, but unable to make anything of it. And just as mentioned, that as Bossa cuts away, finish that thought in just a second. Touch and turn, they come back for the second. That Duckworth, Lewis and Stern par has now shot up from 30s to 52.
The minute you lose a wicket, you're always going to be in trouble with Duckworth, Lewis and Stern.
Short, and it's gone through everything, over everything. It's done everything but hit the stumps.
I can also feel the atmosphere now. This wicket has made to the fielders.
A little more controlled this time.
But I would have loved to see these players getting more runs. Nathan Rowe got 100 on the first game, and after that he struggled. He can't keep up with his form.
Cut away this time. Also will be wary of trying to cut deliveries that are so close to the body. Cut away again, this time managing to find the gap in the field. He'll get a single.
And that's the end of the over. 35 for 1. Boza is on 15. Sizani still have to open his account.
Young man is yet to face the ball, having just strolled out to the crease onto the departure of Nathan Rue. And Abrams, the man with the golden arm for the Tuskers, will continue for his second. And full and driven this time around, it'll be 4.
Looks like he's on top of his game. Jerome Boza was nicely driven past the bowler. You can't buy experience. He's played vast cricket, that guy. He's been there, done that. I've seen it all.
Product of Selborne College in East London.
And he ended up in Debs. Was it Glenwood or? But he started this side.
Driven again. He does look good.
Yeah, it's lovely to watch. Like seeing his high elbow. It's just that it's been unfortunate he doesn't get the gaps he's looking for. Ball is still nice and hard. It's going to get softer and softer.
This one left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, he would like to carry on with his form he finished the last game on. Confidence.
Positively left alone as well for that second time around in this over. A bit of raindrops and drizzle about here with a little bit of wind. Reminiscent of the Proteas game yesterday, which was rained out against Australia in the Champions Trophy. Group match between England and Afghanistan currently in action.
So you think Afghanistan will beat England?
That's up and over the top, but on the outside half of the bat, they'll get a single for it. Well, the Afghans were looking pretty good after 30-odd overs when we went to lunch here. Didn't really get a chance to see who it was, but one of their batters bringing up a century.
Yeah, but my fear, much as England lost their first game, they batted very well. 350. There's no child's play. Sadran scoring 163, not out. They're now sitting on 312 for 5. We've got game on here, mate.
There's going to be a lot of work for the English to do against the Afghans, but also a lot of work and attention needed for Zizani, where he's got a ball to a place that no batsman would want to take it. Yo. Last time Dale Steyn did that to Kane Williams, he looked up at his captain who was in the first slip and said, Graham, I hope you're not expecting me to apologise for that, because I'm not going to apologise. At least Abrams wasn't bowling 140.
Yeah, maybe you can only apologize if you target the head by intentions. But if it hits there, you've got your bat, you've got your box.
You'll be all right. Walk it off, big car. That's what they'll be saying.
What a warm welcome.
Oh, no batter likes him there. None whatsoever. Remember that time that, I think it was Livingston who took 2 in the same over, back to back, while playing in the Big Bash? That was quite a sight to see.
Might have missed that one. I haven't watched it in a while now. The Big Bash.
He's back on his feet though. And, ready to go. Adeline continues. Fuller this time. He does the fielding off his bowling.
Boza on 20. Looks like Cezanne is still battling there. It's not 100%.
Oh, he's fixing some of the hardware. I don't know if he needs a new jock strap or if it's a new thigh pad that's needed. It seems like that ball box is broken.
Don't tell me he was batting without a box.
We would have had an ambulance on the field if he wasn't. Maybe put the man in need of some fertility tests thereafter.
And that's gonna be time. The umpires needs to note because it's delaying the game.
Still looks like he's in a bit of pain, to be completely honest. That box is broken. Here's something interesting for you, Ali. The ball box was invented after the helmet was.
After the helmet.
Cricket. The helmet was invented before the ball box was.
That's interesting. So they only thought afterwards. And it was supposed to be the first thing to invent. Or else maybe you've got gloves, you've got a bat, so you can protect yourself and the head is vacant.
I told somebody that information once and she said clearly men are always thinking about the wrong head.
think I've heard a guy that said he's using 2 boxes just for safety. Because if it hits you like that, now using 2 boxes, at least you're sorted, you're covered.
I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah, it just means double the pain.
No, it will just drop the impact. You won't be in pain. If it's 2, at least you
It
2
ama-
times protected.
It amazes me with batsmen, because what is going on now is that they're looking for an extra ball box inside the Iinyathi change room. Now, if you were to open a batter's bag, you'll find 2 pairs of pads, 4 or 5 pairs of gloves, 3 or 4 cricket bats, 1 ball box.
Yeah, that's strange. And you get those that will carry 6 bats to the game. But yet 1 ball box.
Yeah. Mission accomplished by the looks of things. The gold mine has been found.
It looks like you still have to put his pads on. Just wondering now if it's not gonna drop Jerome's momentum. Something we saw when we were playing the finals with India. So they were trying to fake injuries, delaying the game, and it worked for them.
Just to create some sort of a break and perhaps throw a batsman's concentration somewhere. Now you're looking at it, we've had almost a 5-minute delay there. He's going to have to start again almost. Adelan continues.
Dot ball there.
Straighter this time, but also defended this time.
See, there's a little bit of some drizzle here. Maybe the wind is going to blow it away.
It's a wind that's blowing towards the coastline. It's blowing what were those dark clouds inland out towards us. It does beg the question of whether or not the stadium lights will come on at some point.
And they also say it's expensive to have them on.
Driven and pushed through for a single.
Last ball from Erling.
Money Mike, we used to call him in our varsity days. It's the end of the 9th over, 42 for 1.
They're doing very well, the home team. Except if we trying to make some comparison. This is the over where Mnyaka made a difference. He got 2 wickets. Or rather the second over. The second wicket. He got it on this over.
I won't be too upset about how they've started thus far in the power play. Tailing back into the right-hander. We'll have our eyes on the umpires to see what discussions might be had, and you know, how umpires always talk with their eyes. The players don't hear what they're saying.
The problem is that Duckworth Lewis, the pass score should be 63, and they now on 42. It's not an easy thing to wrestle with. Because if you lose wickets, it will always be against you.
Well, the normal status quo, it does vary from competition to competition. When you're looking at the implementation of Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, is that you've got to get through a certain number of overs in the second inning in order for it to take effect. It's defended there by Cezanne, who's looking to get forward. And the general rule of thumb is that it would require the second innings to be 20 overs in.
So we can have
before
results.
Duckworth, Lewis and Stern can come into effect and before the game itself can actually have a result. So they'll be looking at that, Iinyathi, thinking by the 20th over they'll want to be on par with the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern score. So Abrams continues away from us. Defended well again. Plays with lots of confidence, this young man.
Yeah, but then again, Sam, they must not wait until it's too late. You must now and then must keep an eye on that required run rate. You don't want to open that gap too much. It must still be manageable.
Is the wind starting to create a little bit of destruction in the commentary box? Driven onto the inside pad, onto the off stump. Abrams breaks through again.
Second wicket is falling. As they say, another one bites the dust. Cezanne departs. After he got hit by a ball, he never looked comfortable at all. So they're getting their second wicket on the power play, the visitors. Cezanne departs for one, facing 7 balls. He was battling a bit today.
Spent a lot of time in the middle for that one run. One must factor in though the 5 or so minute break to find the piece of equipment that it needed. It does now bring to the crease number 4 batsman Jason Niemand. Batter is capable of taking any cricket match away from any team.
Yeah, that will happen today as long as he stays with Jerome Boza. They just need to build a partnership now.
Gives me a bit of a Glenn Maxwell vibe.
Oh, Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah, come to think of it. His office, and he's very good with his bat in hand.
He struts around with a certain level of arrogance, if you will. Very important for every cricketer. Confidence is key. A little bit of arrogance is good. A lot of self-belief resting on those shoulders as well. Job to do here. Defends well. A little bit of intention. Looking to up the ante for the home side. Brings about the end of the over. 42 for 2 after 10. Also the end of the first power play.
There's no much difference, Sam, come to think of it. At the same stage, they were 44 for 2. So they just need to build on this partnership. And these are rather your experienced batsmen. Jason has also been there, done that. He's been also to the Under-19 World Cup, I think was in New Zealand. So he's capable.
Quite like the decision that Michael Adelank has employed here to keep bowling himself. They edge closer to that 20 over mark. Driven by Jerome Bosa. He'll pick up a single.
Yeah, his strategy is definitely working. If he's going to want to get as close as possible to that 20 over mark, so we can have game on.
I've had a captain of mine once rotate 6 spinners just to get through 20 overs. On a day similar to what we have today, anyone turns us around the corner for a single. Also one of those situations where the runs were on the board, happy to concede a few early on. And nudged away for a dot ball. I think the only difficulty here would be at this level you don't want to be found guilty of playing the rain card, and the rain doesn't really fully set in. You've lost some important overs that you would have had in the middle. Slower this time from Adelang, but Bossa finds the gap. Some good work down the boundary by Abrams to keep it to a single.
Yeah, that was great fielding. Could have been 2, but at least he made it 1. We'll see how Jason is going to play.
Had the pleasure of touring with Jason last year down to the Cricket South Africa National Club Championships. Sound cricketing head on his shoulders, constantly thinking about the game, constantly planning how to go about building his knock and the partnerships. Dot ball brings about the end of the over, 45 for 2 after 11.
So how did it go at the club champs? And in most cases, our teams from this side, Eastern Cape, they always don't make it there.
It's a little bit of a tough one when you're playing against high-performance universities who plow a lot of players into their cricketing structures and their sporting structures. It was a pleasure having him alongside Marco Murray as well. Got to learn, got to teach a lot of youngsters a few tricks as well. Abrams continues, snapped into the offside, but there's a sweeper out. Played 6 games of cricket that week. 5 of them against universities. 1 of them against a club from KZN. Can you imagine it would be quite daunting for club bowlers standing at the top of their mark, running into bowl at Robbie Freiling. A fantastic occasion it was. 2 of the players that came out of that club headed to university this year with a lot of wisdom and knowledge under their belts. Short this time, left alone this time.
I'll also tell you what, maybe the fact that you've got few Iinyathi players playing on these teams here, whereas, and also another factor is this is Division 2, you get guys that are playing on Division 1 that side, and there's lots of players on the pipeline, like for Titans, your Lions guys. So there's lots of players to choose from.
Defended this time, turning down the single. That would have come about with the change in the structure of how the domestic league would work here in South Africa. Now leaning on the Colts division of cricket as a breeding ground in the pipeline for players to come through. But the Colts themselves, who, despite having a certain age bracket that they look for with players, they'll also be feeding a lot of their talent pipeline from the clubs. Struck in front, only question will be Hyde. Big appeal and given not out by the umpire.
And they all look shocked. They can't believe it. And also, Jason Niemand has got that trigger movement. So one would say he covered all his stumps. Maybe the ball was going down leg. I'll tell you what, he's a good umpire. I've watched him during the SA20 games. Some of the decisions that he took and were questioned when they were referred, they were spot on. So, and it's also good to see that these guys that are doing Division 1 and the national side can also come and work on this division. And he was also elected as one of the elite umpires about a year ago.
Driven this time, but it's only as far as a bowler. And it's a dot ball to end the over. It's 12 of them gone now, 46 for 2. You look at some of the umpiring and you think that it's a very thankless job. Cricketers are constantly moving. Despite a day like today, every other day is usually 26 to 36 odd degrees, depending on where you play in the country. Umpires catch a serious cooking out in the sun. Game would be nowhere without them.
I once went to play in Limpopo, Polokwane. It was scorching, I couldn't survive there. So I'm just wondering at times, how do these guys cope?
Adelang continues. It's a drive that gets past him. Wouldn't be surprised to see him bowl his full complement of 10 at the top here.
He's on his 7th now. 17 for naught. He's doing well.
Bowled extremely well as a captain. A couple of extras at the top of the innings.
Maybe he was avoiding something of being a TFC.
It's a great shot that. It's a favourite for Niemand and it's tucked away for 4.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Jason Niemand. It went to no man's land.
Straight away a change in the field.
And that brought 50 up for Iinyathi.
This time around, flicked into a vacant square leg. It's good batting this from Niemand.
They just need to build a solid partnership here. Because they still have a game to win.
A lot of grip, lot of turn. Has the ability to do that when he slows it down, does Michael Adelang. Coming through and around to the left-hander. Back-to-back dot balls to end the over. 13 gone. 52 for 2.
Yeah, the required keeps creeping up. Now they're looking for 7.4 and over. And currently they're strolling with 4. Maybe that's something they have to think about. At the very same time, they don't have to lose wickets.
I think somewhere in the back of his mind, Jerome Bossa might be thinking that Budaza has to come back into the attack, having struggled at the top. And plenty more bowlers at Adelang's disposal. Abrams has been the chief destroyer now, starting his 5th. You look at the likes of Sean Whitehead, who's got a real ability to restrict scoring for batters.
Nice figures for Abrahams. He only threw away 8 runs. Very disciplined.
Oh, there comes the 9th. Big call of no there. Right decision being made. Breeze has now changed his direction a little bit, blowing from right to left of screen. Bringing with it a little bit of rain, a little bit of drizzle. You get the impression that the umpires will want to stay on the field for as long as what is possible before calling the ground staff at the covers. Short and pulled away and really well controlled. It is a magnificent cricket shot. 4 more runs.
That was a great shot by Jerome Boza. That was short, and he took it right in front of his face. Managed to squeeze it in the gap there, beating a man on the boundary for 4. Swinging back.
Keep the discipline and roll his wrists to keep that ball down. Short again, this time on the offside. Immediately after striking a boundary, getting the single. Every coach will tell his batters, once you've got your boundary, get off strike.
Yeah, you don't have to get carried away.
He's trotted along now to 30 from 42 deliveries. Defended away off the outside half of the bat, and Niemand will pick up a single.
Niemand is on 8. Jerome on 30. 42 balls.
I'll be desperate to get a partnership going here with these two. Seasoned campaigners for Iinyathi. Both have played a lot of cricket for the side, a lot of cricket here. Driven on the up again. It'll be single to end the over. 14 overs gone, 60 for 2.
I'm enjoying now Abraham's bowling, and he's also bowling to his fielders. You would think that Jerome is trying to hit this ball hard, but also it's going to the fielders. So he's got all his bases covered. The captain on his 8th over.
Cut away. I'll get a single.
And I hear this guy, Jerome, is a man of many talents. And apparently also played rugby.
Wouldn't be all too surprised there. Just flick back at the bowler. Be a top ball.
He was part of the Bulls Academy, apparently.
It's good batting that from Jason Niemand. Just dropped it under his armpit. Often find that as well with a lot of guys who go through big sporting schools, find themselves in more than one sporting code. tucks it away for a single.
Yeah, so when these guys get to a metric, it depends which one picks up first.
And quite a few of them coming out of East London who played for the then border cricket side. You look at the likes of Justin Haynes. Swept away really well by Niemand. He splits the gap. 4 more runs.
Yeah, great shot by Jason Niemann there. Spotted the gap well and managed to pierce it. And that was the end of the over. 67 for 2.
End of that over also seeming like it's going to bring about a change in the bowling. Marcelo Pitt is going to be running in. Oh, just talking about that, guys who play in multiple sporting codes mentioned that Justin Haynes, who was border rugby, border cricket, border hockey. You look at the Wandile Mbambenis of the world, border rugby, border cricket. Start to go a little bit further back. Tamane, border cricket, border hockey.
Same as Fasi, Apelele.
100%.
I don't want to lie, I didn't see the rugby coming. It was back then. I used to coach at Sterling, so I used to see him at Dale College.
That's a bit of a wild start. Looks like those cloths are going to have to work overtime.
They will always find something to blame.
I mean, it is drizzling out. Grab yourself a bit of sawdust there. Might do the job.
And if he bowls the next one, same ball, is out of the attack.
Yeah, they'll say thanks for coming. Grab your hat and off you go. Free hit. Oh, he's missed out. He really has missed out. Run out opportunity!
Yeah, he was safe.
A run out is essentially the only way to go out on a free hit.
I was also surprised to see Pat Lambi, that he also played cricket. He was playing for KZN Academy. And when I was checking the other score sheet, he was betting.
Intensity in the running between the wicket, but they'll only take one. Herschel Gibbs, A.B. de Villiers, Faf du Plessis.
Those are multi-talented guys. And Herschel Gibbs was also saying that it was the health conditions that he got more injured on rugby, but he was playing with the likes of Persimmon, Komori, the proper guys. So it was either he was going to play for the Springboks or the Proteas.
Look over at the women's game as well, hailing from East London. It's a good shot there into the covers for one. Proteas wicketkeeper batter,
Jafta.
Sinalo Jafta, who played SA hockey, currently playing SA cricket. He was involved in the setup of umpires as well for the game of hockey. Vastly talented individual. I flicked away onto the onside. They're going to push through for a single.
They need to keep that score ticking for them to be back on the game.
across from the cricket field and we look at different other sporting codes, you've got the likes of Snemtlej, who played netball for South Africa, who's now made the transition to the rugby field. Alyssa Connolly, who Olympic sprinter for South Africa, found her way onto a rugby field as well. Plenty of talented individuals that come out of this country.
Apparently also Tammy Tsolekile was playing hockey. He was a good hockey player.
Back of a length, punch down to mid-off. The dot ball will end the 16th over, 72 for 2. Not quite yet at the drinks break.
But also come to think of it, playing these multiple sports, they also assist in a way. Because if you mix hockey and cricket, you can be able to play those sweeps, reverse sweeps, and use your wrists. And some, they play golf. If you look at Brevis, when he's hitting the ball, it's like he's on a driving range.
Standing
He doesn't even look at the, he just only look where the ball pitches. Then the shot, he looks afterwards. Hits it nicely.
Change of bowler. Sean Whitehead coming into the attack. Left arm orthodox spinner. He'll dart a few in. He'll vary his pace. 1 or 2 will grip and turn. Schooled at St Andrews High School in Bloemfontein. Went on to play many a year for the University of the Free State. Bounced around the night setup before he called SWD home. Can really hold a cricket bat too.
Pity they didn't give him a chance today to display his skill. He was not needed with a bat.
Sweep shot, an opportunity now! Shorter boundary means easier runs. 6 more.
That was lovely to watch. He swept that one for 6. It was nearly caught though by the guy at the boundary.
And what's really helped Niemand there is that he's played that so far in front of square. A guy out of that boundary is at a traditional deep mid wickets, which is a lot squarer than Kyle Corner would be. And Niemand now gets a single. Quite brilliant bit of batting there.
Yeah, they will have to build on this partnership. Niemand is on 22. Maybe this is the game where you will have to make an impact. Try to stay with his captain.
Ball turning into Bossa, manages to get it quite square. They'll get a single. It'll be vital for the top order to, as you say, make an impact. We want to leave as little work as possible for the middle and the lower order, if even needed and necessary. The batting lineup that bats extremely deep for Iinyathi. There's a dot ball there to finish Whitehead's first over. He's conceded 8 from it. It's 80 for 2 after 17 and drinks. Welcome back after the drinks break. It is the second innings. Target of 325 has been set for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Quite brilliant bit of batting. 132 not out from Sean Gilson. And Chad Justin Laycock managing to score 99 not out. That's what led the Tuskers to their total. 2 early wickets lost by Iinyathi, but a repatch order here being done by Captain Jerome Bossa and Jason Niemand.
Good thing they're doing is running in between the wickets, taking those singles. Well, it's not going to be easy to chase down 325. If the boundaries are not coming, you need to get those singles.
It was something that we saw quite a lot of in the Tuskers innings, is that as much as they weren't a lot of boundaries, they were really running hard. That was before Gilson and Laycock decided to shift gears in the last 10 overs. Much like the water coming from above head started raining boundaries.
It looks like it's coming now, the rain.
Starting to fall a little bit harder. It's 3 overs away from contention of DLS. Slower this time. Yet to see if it's come off the bat or if it's come off the pads. Bat, says the umpire. Opportunity goes a begging. Niemand dropped on 22.
Jerome is on 37 now.
Driven into the onside, they'll get a single. And we'll keep an eye on the umpires for you. The rain is getting a little bit heavier there.
And he's the captain, he's the one trying to approach the umpire. Because he's also aware that if they finish 20 overs, we'll start having some results.
Defended. Only just. Only just.
So tell me now, Sam, did he hit that twice? Was he not supposed to kick it instead of hitting it for the second time?
The Tuskers not supposed to appeal. I saw what you said. I'm not going to incriminate myself. Nudged away off the rope cage. He'll get a single.
It's coming more a little bit heavier now. I saw Jerome had a talk with the umpire there.
Yeah, you can see him feeling out the ground.
It's going to get softer and softer.
Whitehead will continue with these. Really? The cutaway, and it's gone through. I'll take the 4 runs.
Great shot by Niemand. That one, he just pierced the gap there. Getting 4 runs. Score goes to 28. He's scoring in such a fast pace. He faced 28 balls.
Driven down the ground. This time around, he'll pick up a single. Punch back at the bowler, and Whitehead does the tidying up. Well, the rain that's about is affecting our cameras a little bit. Big call of no there from Niemand, seeing that there wasn't a run on offer.
So, say, if the umpire is wearing glasses, it's a hint. Also, if they get misty of this rain.
Down the wicket, drops it down to long on.
Whitehead is on his last ball. Jason on 29.
Pulls out the broom, sweeps convincingly. 4 more!
That was great. Shot to close the over with. Sweeps that one, finding the gap for 4 runs. And that brings the partnership to 50. And the score is now 94 for 2. And it took them 56 balls.
Been a good partnership this for the home side. What they would have needed after losing 2 quick wickets. Marcelo Pitt will continue with his bowl. He's bowled 2 overs for 9 runs thus far. A little bit of skiddiness now all of a sudden.
And I think as long as you're hitting the right areas and you're not bowling short, that back of the length will do for you.
Another one that's staying a little bit lower than what Bossa would have been expecting. Those few raindrops that had been falling earlier on now, just perhaps settling into the wicket.
Dot ball there.
And it's 3 deliveries that he's bowled in almost the exact same place, Marcelo Pitt. Good disciplines from the big quick.
And all these dot balls, they're creating the pressure.
Manages to find the gap this time around. It'll only be 1.
It's good to see Jerome playing like this, because most of these players, they only get 1 good knock, and then after going to the second game, they've lost the form. The consistency.
Shuffled down the wicket. Looking to find a gap on the onside.
I've got a feeling that if the rain doesn't disturb us, it's going to go right down to the wire. As close as possible.
That's what he was trying to do in finding the gap on the onside. Sharp work in the field by Michael Erlang, but they do pick up the single nevertheless, and brings about an end to the 20th over. An all-important 20th over, 96 for 2.
20 overs gone. You see, they're having a meeting now, Jerome and Jason. It's a good thing they need to have those meetings, so they know, like, set some little targets. If an over, we need 6 runs. Capitalizing on bad balls. Just to have something.
I think at this point they'll be perhaps discussing how to get as close to that DLS par as possible, which is 125 at the moment. And puts them at 29 runs behind it.
It's not too far off if you think about it.
And
3 blows maybe, 3 boundaries, you can get as close as possible. Whether it's 4 or 6s.
there he goes! There he goes!
Looks like Jason had you, Sam, there. And that was there to be hit. Getting the maximum runs there.
I think the two batters will also have discussed. This London weather can be relatively unpredictable. You might think that you're in control and on top of things, as that brings up the 100. And then suddenly somewhere, conditions change and they won't want to be too far off that DLS par score. He manages to squeeze a single through. Was quite disgusted with himself in the last ball for not being able to get it through the gap.
It looks like Jason managed to catch up with Jerome now.
Jerome perhaps looking to play the role that was adopted by Sean Gilson in the first innings. Closing very quickly there was Rapulani, making sure that he shuts down that single. Bossa sweeps this time and sweeps well. He'll find the gap. 11 from the over now and just 4 deliveries bowled. 2 to come.
Great shot there by Jerome. Looks like they've got lots of runs on that sweep shot. It was not the first and not the last. And it has worked for them.
There's actually 1 delivery left in this over. The batters will feel they've done the damage they needed. A little bit of a stop and start, but they get the single nevertheless. And it is a single to end the over. It's 108 for 2 after 21. Bossa on 45, Nemant on 41. An expensive start this for Whitehead. He's going at 10 and over.
Yeah, we'll have to fix that. They can't afford if they've got a game to win. I see they're bringing back now Budaza on the attack. At some point I thought maybe he was going to come back on the other end. He's one of those guys that can make a lot of damage. If you're wanting a wicket, he's a go-to guy. Coming now on his second spell. Bowled 2 overs already. 21 runs. You would rather say he was expensive.
That's what was going to get me to my next point, is that the trouble for Adelang here is that if he's striking premier bowler isn't firing, it does essentially render him one bowler short. Either that or run the risk of conceding runs as he runs away from us now. It's short, but it's almost sponged off the wicket. That's a dot ball to start.
Yeah, maybe it was a good thing the captain has done for the visitors to take him out of the attack. Because at least they've been trying to contain the runs.
It was a stroke of genius as well, because those 2 wickets that are down both came from the change in bowler, which was Abrams. And again, a little bit of shape towards the left-hander.
And I would love to see them going hard at him, trying to take him out of the strike again.
Well, it was Nathan Rue at the top who really stuck it to Pedaza early on. He seemed to be in control of everything that he was throwing at him. He perished trying to flick an Abrams delivering to the onside. Short, wide. There's a sweep out there. I'll keep it down to 1. Sean Gilson out there who did very little wrong while batting in the first innings. .132 not out he scored, having come into bat at number 4.
After Shackleton departing early, they were able to hold those innings together and put a decent target for the visitors.
It's a good looking cricket shot that he's managed to find the gap, but I think Whitehead will hold this one in. They'll pick up 2. He doesn't seem to be moving all too comfortably in Bulelo Putaz. We'll see in the next delivery as he gets towards his gather. He seems to be on a bit of a limp there. As a result, his release is also a little bit staggered.
And you could see, I'm not sure if he's limping or it's the way he walks. Tall guy. I had something.
Oh, it definitely sounded like a little bit of a feather. Not much of an appeal.
Yeah, but the bowler is not interested.
Neither is the wicketkeeper, to be completely honest with you. So, dot ball it is.
Looks like you're going to be dancing on the rain again.
Very hard to keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's the end of the 22nd over. It's 112 for 2. And DLS moves up to 133 as the rain starts falling down a little bit more. That's a change of ends for Pete.
Yeah, hopefully they do have towels there with them to keep that ball dry.
Yeah, it could cause a bit of a problem for the bowlers, but what the batters will be thinking is the concept of climbing closer and closer to that DLS score. And Iinyathi had seemed to take a liking into Whitehead, who was bowling from that Bunkers Hill end. Interchange of bowling. Does it become more difficult for the spinners or the seamers when the ball gets a little bit wet?
Yeah, it's also going to get heavier.
It's a slow ball that has dropped short of Zuma behind the stumps. He does well to stop it.
Yeah, that one didn't carry to the keeper. I guess Jason will take those runs.
That moves him to 47 now. 45, 46 rather.
He's batting very well today.
Eyes deceive me. 45.
Of 40 balls.
It's a cracking shot down the ground, but oh dear, some way, somehow, it's gone through both of them. And with that, it takes him to his half century as well.
That was a great knock by Jerome. Getting lucky for there. Because the fielders had the ball, all of a sudden they lost it. But he wouldn't say no to that. That brought him to his 50.
Boogeyman cricket ball. See me now, see me no more. Another cover drive. Not getting all of it this time.
This is the consistency I would like to see. He got 100 the previous game, now he's got a 50. We need to see a lot of those.
More importantly for the home side, it was an unbeaten 100. He scored 114 not out. Playing against Impalas as they beat them by 7 wickets. Down the ground again, looking to get a single, but unable there to get past Chad Laycock.
And it looks like they are well in control of the game. That partnership they were looking for.
It's something that the Tuskers did really well, is that they strung a lot of partnerships together. He's played all around that one.
Yeah, he doesn't have to change a thing. He's been going well.
Plenty of quality still to come for this batting lineup for Iinyathi, with Malika set to come in next, but you've also got a very destructive Shane Dadswell, Christopher Gleaves, as well as Jade de Klerk, who's also very capable with the cricket bat. And he's tripped it. Perhaps maybe a change in pace that saw him get through the shot a little early. Yeah, you can see him indicating there, sticking in the wickets a little bit. It's a dot ball that brings about an end to the 23rd over. 117 for 2.
Yeah, I would love to see Cleves coming in before Dadswell though. Because there's no pressure. They are not looking for any bonus point currently. Because Cleves can stay in and nudge it. Whereas Dadswell has been coming in and smashing it.
Perhaps both of the times that he strolled out to the wicket. It's under the concept of chasing that bonus point. Does hit it a country mile. If he does bat here, these boundaries are in trouble. Tucked under the arm. Take the single.
Doesn't look like Budaza. Now the fortunes are favoring him. He's battling a bit. Also, maybe he's aging. He's not getting younger anymore. It's not his prime time.
Jimmy Anderson played cricket until he was 40 at an international level. Short and wide. Punched out to the sweeper for a single.
Yeah, but the thing is, with those guys, if they're playing red ball, they will stick to red ball only. And you get some of the players that get a chance to play only white ball. And hence, I still believe that we're not going to get those players here in South Africa, more especially fast bowlers that will get something like 700 wickets for test matches.
Dot ball there. Does look rather sheepish as he's moving. Adele Stan was looking like he was going to be close to it, but for a career riddled with injuries, perhaps the worst one being when he broke his shoulder, or tiny bone in his shoulder. And KG Rabada has been doing extraordinarily well at the top of the test rankings. A lot of hope will rest on the shoulders of Gwena Mapaga, the youngster who's come in already. Tucked off the hips for a single.
But the thing is, Sam, with those teams like England, they've got games like Ashes where they play 5 games. So you don't need most of your strike bowlers to play like the white ball cricket.
It's been a topic of discussion over the last 6 to 8 months. The amount of test match cricket that South African players are playing, or the South African team is playing. This one comes off the pad and they'll steal a leg by. Perhaps maybe the lack of cricket that South Africa is playing at the moment at test match level.
Yeah, it looks like the white ball now is taking over. The amount of the games we've played, it's very minimal. But good enough, we won all the games we had to. Now in June, we'll be playing at Lord's, the final game.
World Test Championship final against Australia, second week of June. Slow and fuller this time, but flicking it off for a single, and some way, somehow, he's gotten through.
Was close. I see the umpire is warning Budaza. It's close to that no ball mark.
Must have put the smaller shoes back on during drinks. End of the 24th over, 122 for 2. And we speak about that World Test Championship final. Approaches playing against Australia. And only won 2-match test series before then. Left a lot of writers and journalists from South Africa thinking about the amount of preparation that the team's going to have going into that extremely important match. Would have played a lot of white ball cricket before getting there. An SA 20, One Day Cup, the Champions Trophy now. Niemand looked to set off, but sent back by Bossa.
And after that as well, it's going to be an IPL.
IPL coming up in May. A lot of white ball cricket for these South African players. Will have to make a very quick adjustment to the longer format of the game. However, something that the two coaches have done well, as Niemand walks across to fend this down to third man for a single. Something that they have started to try and do well is creating a little bit of separation between each format. We saw when South Africa went from a test series into a T20 series a couple of days later. I think it was 2 days that separated the two series. And went into that T20 series without a single player from the test match series. Driven straight but fielded well off his own bowling. And it's an adaptation of something that a lot of countries around the world have been able to do extremely well. We first saw Australia really landmark this by picking different teams for different formats. The English followed suit soon thereafter. And if you think about it, the Ashes that you mentioned is a perfect example as to why they would have to do that. Short this time, pull around the corner, it's going to be 4.
4 runs for Jerome. He's on song. Goes to 55. Anything bad, he punishes it. He's on top of his game, this lad. It's lovely to watch. And I must also say, I've been watching him, and there was not even a single half a chance of him getting out. I think the only one we saw was Jason's when he was almost caught by the wicketkeeper.
Driven again, and
Umpire's not interested.
I'm not even sure that he's hit the stumps, to be honest with you.
He didn't. But he just wanted to know what were the chances. You know the bowlers most.
Special breed are the big quicks, special breed.
Last ball.
Driven again. And this time deciding to hold on to it. Brings about an end to the 25th over. 127 for 2.
Great going by Jason Niemand is now on 49. 1 run away. Jerome is sitting on 55. It's only Roo and Sizani who are out. And Budaza is coming back for his 5th. He would want to redeem himself. Try to work on those figures. He'll be coming over the wickets. Jason gets his half a century with that. His teammates are cheering him up. Well orchestrated 50. It only took him 47 balls to get into that 50. Got 2 sixes, 4 fours. Score now is 128 for 2. Home team is rotating the strike nicely. Budaza is making some adjustment on his fielders.
He'll run away from us here at the Buffalo Park drive end. Well, adjustments or no. Boss is still managing to find the gap in the field. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, that was lovely to watch. Got the gap there for 4 runs. Was on his back foot trying to cut that one. Very late. You see now there's a meeting here. Some caucus between Budaza and captain.
Yeah, it gets a little bit risky now for the Tuskers. Because some way, somehow, Niemand and Bossa have managed to just leave 15 runs between them and Duckworth, Lewis and Stearns Paul, which is 147. No doubt will be adjusted by the end of this over. And 2 or 3 more overs of 8 and 9 runs can become a bit of a problem for the visiting side. Collected it off his own bowling this time around. Bit of a laugh and a chuckle in the middle by the players.
He's on his 4th. It's lovely to see the players laughing and chatting to each other, keeping the spirit of the game.
You'll always find that when Jason Lemon's out in the middle, happy to have a chat, rarely allows the fielding side to get under his skin. Wide and cracked over the covers. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a guy on top of his game. Jerome Boza. Budaza bowled that one very wide. And he flashed his arms to it. 4 runs.
And overstepping as well, having been called into the principal's office about how close he was to that line, Bulelo Budaza, and now having to bowl a second free hit delivery in this game.
And he's going to be bowling it to a guy on form, Jerome Boza.
He's played a similar shot, but the outside half of the bat, it'll just be a single.
The Iinyathi players are doing a great job trying to steady their innings. Maybe the visitors would have thought that they've got them when they got those 2 wickets. The key thing is to stay in the middle.
Perhaps trying to find that gap on the offside to the sweeper, but stopped at point. I found quite interesting from Adelank is that still only used 5 bowlers at this point. Seeing a conversation in the middle between him and Cameron Shackleton. Perhaps maybe discussing what their options with the ball are. Laycock is at cover doing some stretches and back exercises. Maybe just trying to keep himself fresh. A little bit of shape away from the right-hander, but kept out this time around. It's a dot ball to end that over. 138 for 2.
Yeah, after 5 overs, I conceded 40 runs. Bulelo Budaza. We'll see how they'll go about the comparison. The Iinyathi are a little bit ahead. They are now 127, whereas the visitors were 122.
It just speaks to that acceleration at the back end between Chad Laycock, who's got ball in hand at the moment, and Sean Gilson. Just how much that really took the game away from Iinyathi at that point. Seeming to structure their run chase quite well at the moment.
He's very busy today. See if he can't make some early damage here on his first spell with the ball.
How often have we seen that an all-rounder scores 100 and does it all with the ball too? And he's already asking questions.
Yeah, but it's always nice to see your all-rounders doing what they do best in a game. They give you runs and take you wickets. Something we've seen with Vian Mulder lately. Sometimes he bats and he does not get a ball.
Tucked away off the legs. I'll pick up a single. Tidy work down in the deep. Sean Gilson, who's out there. Laycock now also being called into the headmaster's office.
Two balls gone from Laycock's over.
Shuffles across onto the off stump, looking to feather it past point, but unable to get past Rapulana. Be slightly disappointed with his efforts today. 46 in their previous game against Storm, 41 today. Before, and there's no other way to put it, giving his wicket away. He's looking for that paddle sweep, find the top edge. Caught at 45. Shorten pulled away, and he's found the gap between deep square leg and fine leg. 4 more runs for Niemand.
Yeah, something the bowler was not supposed to do. He's trying to hit the deck hard, and you can't do that. That ball was short. It was dispatched for 4 runs. Brings 100-run partnership. Came off 103 balls.
And you're seeing he keeps looking down at his right hand. He's completely slipped off the bat when he played that pull shot. It still amazes me that he was able to time it so well with just his top hand behind square.
Yeah, another thing, the wicket is not quick. So the ball came nicely to him. He was still on time to be able to roll his wrists.
Edge and gone! How important for Tuskers. Niemand departs.
Jason departs for 54 ball that was wide. Had an option of leaving it, but the adrenaline was pumping. Unfortunately, he departed. He was caught by Zuma. Departs for 54 of 52 balls. 143 for 3. They would like to build another partnership. Looks like Dadswell is going to the middle.
Clearly upset with himself as he lets out a grunt as he walks up the stairs towards the locker room. Has seen the back of Niemand in the end of a brilliant 100-run stand between him and his captain. But a destructive Shane Dadswell walks out to the middle. And potentially a stroke of genius here, because a couple of big overs, particularly with the rain falling down and the loss of that wicket, meaning that the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern score, or the par score, goes up now. It will be important for Iinyathi to catch that as quickly as possible. And who better to attempt to do that than Shane Dadswell?
I would like to see him. How is he going to? It looks like the players are going out. And if that means that the players won't go back to the field, the Duckworth Lewis is now on 165. And that is what is required. Currently, the home team is sitting on 143 for 3.
Well, on the equivalent of the whole game being played out without Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, Iinyathi would need 182 from 139, an equation they feel that they, or would feel that they're very much on top of at this point, but with those green things, those dreaded green covers coming onto the wicket, it does put them 22 runs behind that par score where just a delivery ago it was about 9. So as the rain falls down and the covers come out onto the wicket, we'll take a break and we'll be back with you for more a little bit later. Welcome back to Buffalo Park Cricket Stadium, out in East London for this CSA one-day cup match in Division 2. After temporary rain delay break, the umpires and the players have made their way down into the middle. Myself, Sam Lutit and Ali Jack is next to me in the commentary box. Ali, you've just had a word with the scorers and the powers that be. What's the outcome?
Yeah, the outcome is we've lost 5 overs. Now we're going to work out the scores now, the targets and those complicated calculations.
The stuff that the mathematicians do. We just speak about where to bowl the ball and where to play it.
100%.
Cash might have missed it a little bit earlier. 325 or 324 is the score that the Tuskers set. Thanks largely to an incredible 132 not out by Gilson. And he was assisted by Chad Laycock, who scored 99 not out. In large fault, he's the reason why we went off, because he picked up the wicket of Jason Niemand before the rain came down. Jerome Bossa, skipper, is at the wicket. He's unbeaten on 65. Niemand was the last wicket to fall before the rain break. He fell for 54, but that's brought down Shane Dadswell for Iinyathi.
And normally you would hate to lose a wicket just before those intervals, be it's a rain or before lunch, talking about red ball. You do not want to lose any wicket before that. Laycock.
Oh, he bowls his one delivery that Dadswell has literally gone running past. Brings about the end of his first over. He's 1 for 5 in his one. A great start for him and his team as well.
Just trying to think, what would the game plan be now? Talks between the skipper and Dadswell. It's getting very late. 27 overs gone. Duckworth Lewis went up to 171.
Well, we saw that Justin Laycock could do no wrong with bat and ball. I wonder if the same will be said for Sean Gilson, who comes into the attack now. Scored a magnificent unbeaten 132.
Maybe the plan is to bowl their spin bowlers just to go through the overs quickly. It's also going to get darker soon.
Grip and turn for the off in his first delivery.
This is a good contest to see the teams that are on top of the log.
We'll be going down leg. Good start this by Gilson. Maybe just to what you were speaking about, explain why Dadswell's out in the middle at the moment. Short wire, well, not really wide, but short with a lot of turn.
It's getting a lot of turn here. You could see by the way the batsman is playing.
This one getting a little bit of bounce, but getting through the inner ring. They'll pick up a single. Ali, I think what is important to note is that it seems that the rain that was here has now completely blown over. The skies are getting a little bit lighter. It will hopefully mean that we'll get a full game of cricket in despite losing a few overs.
Yeah, let alone the fact that it's late afternoon now. Time is 25-5. The required went up to 9.3. 161 to win.
Down the wicket, and he's run straight past it, and he's been given out. You could see why he came down to the wicket. You can see why he was asked to go and bat. A decision that has not paid off for the home side.
Dadswell loses his wicket there. He was trying to get up to stand out with the rate required there. Goes for a duck. 2 balls faced. He was trying to chase that required. It's 9. They're currently sitting on 5. He had to do something, but unfortunately, he went down the track and he was stumped. The home team loses the 4th wicket.
Yeah, in the pursuit of 305 runs is what they need now, the new calculated total. And again, we'll see that Duckworth, Lewis and Stern pass score shoot through the roof. Dadswell departs without troubling the scorers.
Malika going to bat now. Both left-handers. He had a good knock for his club here, United. Scored a century versus All Boys. So he would love to carry on and continue with that form.
Gilson also unable to do any wrong here today. Scored 132 not out, and now getting rid of an extremely dangerous Shane Dadswell.
And we've seen those breaks. Normally they always cause a problem. And that's the end of the over. 144 for 4 on the board.
After that rain delay, it's just important just to speak about where we are again. Game having lost 5 overs, so this innings reduced to 45 overs. And new target that is set is 305 now for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. $17 overs. 17 overs, 161 runs. What a game of cricket we could have on our hands here. Laycock continues.
Asking lots of questions. That was a good ball. Jerome tried to dig that one, playing it late. Keeper does the work. Looks like today is the only guy fighting for his team here today.
Up and over, Kyle Corner region. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. The outfield is softer because of the rain, but it still runs away for 4.
Yeah, that was a good shot by the captain. Beating the guy there at mid-wicket for 4 runs. See, he's still in it to win it. Maybe he would like to build another partnership here with Malika. The one with Dadswell didn't materialize.
He goes again. Crowds will catch it. Unable to get around to take the catch is Sean Gilson. We're just speaking about the fact of, can he do any wrong? And how important will that drop catch be?
Yeah, that ball was short, and Jerome didn't roll his wrists very well. He took the top edge, but luckily he was dropped.
Take the attack to the bowlers. As those previous 2 runs also bring up 150.
$150 for the home team. Jerome is on 73. Malika still have to open his account.
Quality left-handed batter.
Not sure if he'll play the game the captain is playing, or he's just gonna see himself in first.
Oh, with bowling like that, Justin Laycock is not making it any easier for him.
Only set batsman that can only negotiate that one.
Tell you what, he's done well to miss it.
See, change of field now. Deep mid wicket.
Driven with authority through the covers. It runs away for 4.
Yeah, that was a top shot from Malika. Driven through the covers to end the over. And the score is 155 for 4. 29 overs gone. As I was asking, maybe the game plan they're discussing, the only thing we could see now is to fight fire with fire. Trying to be aggressive.
And the equation flips down to 150 required now from 96 deliveries. After a little bit of rain and having lost 5 overs. A little bit of turn there for Gilson. Will be desperate to get Bossa out after having dropped him in the previous over. Shortened. Look, his bottom edged it onto his right leg and it's ended up at the wicketkeeper some way, somehow.
It looked like he was early on that shot.
The short again, this time muscled down too long off. Looking to hit it onto the onside with the wind that's blowing from right to left of screen.
A good matchup this is. See how Malika is going to cope with the offie.
Hits against the turn as well. He'll push for 2. A bit of a slip in the outfield there. Justin Laycock and, able to come back for the second.
It's good to see there's no injury happened there.
And this time hitting with the turn to sweep a boundary. He'll pick up a single.
Also, he didn't allow him to free his arms. That's a good thing. They must not let them loosen their arms there.
pulled away, and they'll pick up a single to mid-on.
I was well inside his crease. That shouldn't be a problem.
Direct hit, but nothing comes off it. Brings about the end of the over. Gilson is 2 overs in. He's conceded 6 runs and picked up a wicket. Iinyathi, 160 for 4 after 30.
Jerome Boza is still the last man standing on 75. Still think this is still doable. Looking for 90 runs, rather 145 off 90 balls remaining.
Pulled away. There's a gap in that area that Bosa's hit this ball to. Oh, some good work that's done there by Gilson. Keeps it down to a single.
A good call by the captain there. Was that one thing you want to see happening, the run out. Something that you've got control over on.
Yeah, they like to view it as a completely unnecessary wicket to the run out. Coaches will tell you that 2 run outs in an innings could win you a match.
That's true.
Short and sits up quite a bit this time. Bosa's halfway down the wicket. He had all but given up. Rapulana unable to get the direct hit there.
It looked like he was gone. He didn't cover enough ground there. But it's water under the bridge now. Still some work to be done.
They'll have to just carry on as if it never happened. He definitely given up on it. Driven this time. Again, a little bit of a stop and start, and
Looks like the captain is desperate for the strike. Malika is not willing to take that run.
well, they say third time is the charm, so Bosa will be desperate to not afford the Tuskers a third opportunity. A second time where he'd given up. This time around, a little bit more authority in that run. Direct hit, but Bosa having covered his ground. My oh my. How's that for exciting?
And finally, Malika did get the memo to give the strike to the captain.
Oh, I saw Jerome Bosa's death stare from up here. Imagine what it looked like 22 yards away. I think I now know where the saying, if looks could kill, came from. Oh, he's gotten inventive. Oh, he's gotten very inventive. 6 more.
That was a top shot from the captain. He's carrying his team right on his shoulders. He say, if you believe you can achieve. It's still game on for the captain.
Now we know why he's been wanting the strike so badly.
All Malika have to do is to give him a strike.
He's been put down again. Second time by the same man. It's bobbled out of his hands, 1 bounce and 4.
At some point you could feel that The fielder had the ball and it bubbled out of his hand. And that's the end of the over. 172 for 4. Jerome on 86. Malika on 8.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. How many chances do you want to give Jerome Bossa?
Also getting closer and closer to another century. It would be lovely to see him getting back-to-back centuries.
Well, they're not only dropping him at the moment, they're giving him runs as well.
Yeah, and he will take that.
Malika this time. Down to long off.
And the stats won't say how many times he were dropped.
It'll only read 100 and something by the time you get off the wicket. Nudges it away. Runs the first one hard. The stats might not tell a person, Ali, but I will. Jerome Bossa dropped on 70. Dropped by Sean Gilson. And then again on 82. Dropped by Sean Gilson. Malika on the pull shot now. Straight to the man at cow corner.
One thing I like is bowling to his fielders. Gilson. The singles won't hit them.
Spewed away. He's called the second run. Danger here!
Looks safe.
The captain gets back for the second.
Malika have to work hard now.
Well,
Because the captain really is wanting to turn those ones into twos, making sure they're getting something each and every delivery.
you won't want to do anything foolish, Jerome Bossa. There's living on the edge, and then there's the way the captain's going about this innings. Short and unable to make any proper contact with it. He'll pick up the single.
He will now move to 90. I don't think it's something you'll be worried about for now. You must still do the job.
A little bit tied to the body, still looking to play square of the offside. It ends with a dot ball. And that dot ball brings about an end to the 32nd over. 32 overs gone, 178 for 4.
Nice equation. Duckworth Lewis, 205. 127 balls left, 78. 9.8, you could say it's 10 and over. The requirement. If you ask a child, it's simple. Hit a 6 and a 4, we're done.
In comes the man with the golden arm from a little bit earlier on. It was the first bowling change, brought about the wicket of Nathan Rue. Ziad Abrams returns into the attack.
Yeah, he's got 2 wickets already. Maybe he will try his luck now on the other end.
Short, slapped away in front of square. Only pick up the single. Captain moves to 91.
Previous ball, he was hitting the deck hard. See if it's his game plan to do that.
A little bit fuller this time, but happy to take on the single. Seems to be a little bit more cohesion now between these two in the middle. Tuskers will kick themselves. 4 opportunities now to get Jerome Bossa out. 2 drop catches, 2 missed runouts. I'll be given as a wide.
They'll have to bowl that one again. Jerome is ready for the task at hand.
I almost want to prove why he decided to bowl first when he won the toss. Stands up on this one, drops short of Rapulana at point.
Yeah, you'll have to get someone to assist him to back his decision of chasing. Malika still owes the team some runs.
Looking to get inventive again. Not really too sure about that shot with third man and fine leg both on the ropes.
Yeah, but you could see he wanted to flick it over the wicket keeper.
To the good old-fashioned long stop. Stands tall, goes straight. 6 more.
Great shot by Jerome. It was lovely to watch. Came off the middle of the bat. Dispatched that one for 6. Now the bowlers of the visitors needs to think twice when bowling to Jerome.
Now tell me why he was trying to flick a ball to long stop when he hits it that far when he stands up tall. Rides this one down, steals a single to short third man. Moves over to 98, brings about an end to the 33rd. 188 for 4.
Yeah, good display of cricket by the captain. But there's lots of things going into his mind. Because like you're saying, he wanted to flick the ball over the wicket keeper. Like we keep on saying, if it's not broken, why fix it? There's nothing wrong in playing on the V. There's still plenty of runs here. Bowser on 98.
Moves to 99 now. It's 1 away from a second century. Second consecutive century it would be. Goes on the sweep, it looks adjacent, it's out. Malika departs.
Yeah, Malika opted for a sweep shot there, trying to accelerate, but things didn't work out. Maybe you would want to see him on the front foot. Yeah, he departs. Didn't trouble the scorers much. It departs for 11, facing 13 balls.
A partnership that had built 45 runs for Iinyathi and was moving in the right direction has come to a very abrupt end, courtesy of Sean Gilson, who's yet again notched up another one in the wickets column, trying to make up for his blunders in the field. Well then, Chris Cleaves, what have you got up your sleeves?
Another Gremian. We've got 2 today for Iinyathi. Such an aggressive batsman as well. He's batting down the order today.
$116 required from 70 deliveries. Inside half of the bat onto the pads. Immediately looking to rotate strike.
And if you're looking at that Duckworth Lewis, it went up now, 219.
And left alone.
Yeah, maybe the plan is to do their best. Anything that will get them closer to the score.
Trying to get this one onto the onside and rotate the strike, but not coming, and it's back-to-back dot balls to end the over for Gilson. He completes his 4th. He's 13 for 2, and after 34 overs, 189 for 5.
Jerome Boza is on 99 for the 2nd time now in a row, been into this situation. Just need to get that single for him to get his century.
He'll have to contend with Ziad Abrams, who's bowling from the bunker's heel end. He's bowled 6 for 26 thus far. Punched into the onside and gets across. He's gone and picked up his 2nd consecutive 100. Take a bow, Captain Fantastic. Take a bow.
Great knock by the captain. Back-to-back hundreds. Well-deserved one. Spent 145 minutes only facing 109 balls. He did very well for his century.
Job's not done, Ellie. Job's far from done. And he'll know that. The captain, he'll know there's still so much work to be done. 1 ball shy of 11 overs now, 65 deliveries and 115 are the required runs. Cleves stands up tall, punches to the onside, trying to find the single.
Yeah, those dot balls now, they're bringing up the pressure.
And he'll have to try and break out of his shackles soon. Keep some momentum going for the captain on the other end. You won't want to feel like he's doing it alone. Driven, only as far as cover.
All that's required is for him to get a single. It doesn't look easy. And he's still fairly new.
It's amazing how you can go from 2-set batsmen who seem to play the ball to wherever they want on the ground, and you lose a couple of wickets, and it just seems as though there's 40 fielders on the field. They've gone up. It's a variation delivery. And as the celebration tells you, bang! Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, that was a fine nick to the keeper. And I'll tell you what, the visitors won't mind to bowl to the new batsman. Keeping Jerome Boza on the other end. Chris Cleves departs with the duck.
Never really looked settled. Christopher Cleves coming down a little bit lower in the order today.
Yeah, it's becoming impossible now. Jay de Klerk, we know He has showed us lots of cameos when he's batting. Not sure if he's got something to offer today.
He'll need to offer something if Iinyathi are going to get anywhere close to this total. Quite surprising that the home side looked like they were cruising ahead of the rate and required score and such, with two very set batters at the wicket. At the time was Bossa and Niemand. And 1 wicket and a rain delay has brought about 3 more wickets. 190 for 6 now. And Iinyathi in heaps of trouble.
Still a long way to go. 115 required of 62.
Gets up and tall onto the onside and calls his captain through for a single.
Looks like Jade is making this easy to get the single.
It's all about intention, Ali. The same intention that Dadswell walked out with, perhaps maybe the situation getting a little bit big for him in that specific sense. But if you compare how de Klerk has come to the wicket against what we just saw from Gleaves, who've just left the wicket, the level of intent has been extremely different. Looks to fend and try and get himself back on strike, unable to do so. To dot ball to end the over, a tidy one from Abrams. Just 2 from it and a wicket. 191 for 6.
Funny enough, the Tuskers were 177 for 3. But towards the end of their innings, they managed to accelerate.
If you think about it, Ali, we're looking at it and probably looking at 5 overs more, where the Tuskers were 207 for 3. That's really where the acceleration started to come. And considering the fact that we've lost 5 overs in this match, and 305 is the new target for Iinyathi.
Yeah, and also the partnership the visitors had, it was a healthy one.
Gilson will continue. Inside out, both your arms up please, Mr. Umpire, 6 more.
Told you, Jade normally comes up with cameos. It was lovely to watch. Fighting fire with fire. He's not gonna back off now.
Oh, he's gone a long way across.
Maybe a bit high.
Always entertained when a fielder at Cow Corner's appealing for a leg before wicket. Not too sure what he'll be seeing from all the way down there.
He's just giving the moral support.
Lot more turn this time around. He's pulled his length back a little bit as Gilson. Adjusted really well from being hit inside out with that 6 early on. The pressure very much still on the bowler at this point. 6 runs already in this over. Able to get the single. It starts it off the back foot though.
Now the good thing is the captain is backing up quite nicely. He's always ready for the run. That makes things easier for his fellow batsmen.
I just wonder if Laycock would not have had a shy there, because de Klerk did start off his back foot. This one just going on with the arm, squeezing Bossa for any sort of room. He'll desperately want a single now. He's been starved of strike. Yet to get off that 100-run mark. Oh, it's gone through everything and everyone. However, it does give Bossa what he's wanted, which is strike at the end of the over, as a bye is called by the umpire. It's 36 that have been bowled, 199 for 6.
I could think Jerome will retain the strike. I would love to face the majority of the remaining balls and try to get them as close as possible to the target. See now, they are 199.
Well, with the revised overs and the revised targets, it's the third power play that we've just gone into now. Also revised with the amount of overs that the bowlers can bowl. I think each bowler will have a maximum of 9 overs now.
I think bowled 8.
Still has options, does the skipper. Abrams bowling, he's 8th now. Rather, Laycock been given. Looks to be carrying a niggle of some sort. You'd like to think that it's the simple basics that are needed here from the captain. Stand tall and deliver. And she's done so well throughout the game.
Yeah, I wanted to get underneath that one and flick it over. He's trying to do whatever it takes for him to get those runs.
106 of them are required from 53 deliveries. Standing tall, he's pulled it into the onside. He might have found the gap. Touch and turn for 2. It's a direct hit, and he's been given out. My oh my. We asked if he'd be able to make up for the blunders that he's had in the field. And Sean Gilson provides with a direct hit from the boundary ropes. The captain has to leave. And perhaps with him, the last chances for Iinyathi. A brilliant knock from the man in front.
The visitors will be happy that they did finally get the big fish. Good throw there from the boundary. Played very well there for his century.
It's an absolutely brilliant piece of fielding. Phenomenal piece of fielding.
And also something we've mentioned, Sam, before. The boundary is very close, too small. That's why it was easy for him to shy from the boundary, hitting the stumps.
Well, it tells an interesting story, doesn't it, when you look at it as a whole? Because Sean Gilson scored 132 runs unbeaten in the first innings. Dropped Jerome Bossa not once but twice on 70 and 82. And then runs him out with a phenomenal direct hit from the boundary. What a game of cricket.
Let's see what Chad Klassen, what he can offer. But I think the visitors, Sam, they know already that they are done. There is no way from this position the Iinyathi can come back.
Well, I would have said something different if that ball had come out the middle of the bat. He was lining up to hit that into Bunker's heel with Chad Klassen.
Yeah, for tailenders, that's what you can expect. Bet on the ball. If your top order batsman failed. So you can't expect the bowlers to do the job for you.
Spews it into the offside. And scramble through for a run. Definitely not coming back for the second. When you speak about tailenders having to do the job, there's one such tailender, very, very famous, incredibly famous human being who hailed from these parts. Makai who used to say, "It's six or sticks when you bowl at me."
Oh, Mackie.
One of only 2 5-wicket hauls that has ever been taken in a test match on this ground. Both of them in the same game, because there's only 1 test match that's ever been played here. Slower ball. Spewed away to the offside. Whitehead does the tidying up on the boundary, just a single. The other one, David de Brugge, also picked up a 5-wicket haul in that game. 2002 test match between South Africa and Bangladesh.
I thought I had something. Clearly missed the bat.
Dot ball to end. 37 overs gone. It's 202 for 7.
That's interesting what you're mentioning, Sam, that there was only 1 game played here, a test game. SA in Bangladesh.
We've seen a lot of internationals being played here over the years. It's become more popular of a venue for the women's game recently.
I also think it has everything to do with the capacity of the ground. Because imagine you bringing Australia to South Africa. Now, not any game will make you money here in terms of if you're wanting to generate like the revenue as compared to Wanderers, compared to Cape Town.
20,000 people this ground can hold. 15 they fill it to for health and safety reasons. There's a dot ball for Marcelo Pitt, who's come back into the attack.
But I can't wait to see what the future holds for this ground. And remember, 2027, it is also hosting. So maybe they will revamp it a bit.
And Pitt continues to declare. One thing that makes this ground so popular is the grass embankments that go around the stadium. Not all too much chaired seating, but it's an incredible venue to see when the kids are out playing their games of cricket and a little bit of touch rugby or some footy on the grass banks. Nudged away by de Klerk. They're looking to push back for the second. There's a big quick who's got to run to the bowler's end. Ball's gone towards the keeper's end, and de Klerk manages to come back for the second.
Yeah, the throw was not accurate there. And maybe another thing the home team they're fighting for is to make sure they take the game as deep as possible so that they can negotiate that net run rate at the end of the innings.
It's that net run rate at the moment as de Klerk gets a single that keeps Iinyathi at the top of the log. Won't be the case by the conclusion of this game. Yeah, thoroughly looking forward to what is to come for this ground. You think back to it being one of the host venues for the Under-19 World Cup. There's plenty on offer here. Spoons it straight back to the bowler. Right off the splice of the bat, and he must go. entertaining but very, very short stay.
Yeah, that was cotton bowl. Klassen departs for 1. He just drove back that one to the bowler, to the bowler's hands.
So hoping to see more of him, because it was something that I was starting to pick up, and he wears the number 8 and he bats, or the way that he bats is very reminiscent of another gentleman who wore the number 8, who would just stand up tall and swing through the V regardless of where the ball pitched. And then he ended up with a knock of 76 not out against Australia. Also somewhat of a tail ender back then. I'm talking about Del Steyn. He used to just stand up and punch the ball back past the bowler, up and over mid-off. I was hoping to maybe see a little bit more of him. Maybe next time around though, as he departs and it brings in the youngster to the wicket, Aphiwe Mnyanda.
Yeah, back at school he used to play as an all-rounder. But let's see what he can offer today. Coming in at 10.
He's got the skiddy pace of Marcelo Pitt to deal with. He's just picked up his first wicket. 8 down now. Oh, Iinyathi. 43 deliveries, still requiring 100 runs. Equation that is now shot up to 14 and over. Will shuffle down the wicket. Digs it out of the block hole to bring about the end of the 38th over. 205 for 8.
Jade on 12, only facing 10 balls. Just wondering what they're talking about. Maybe they will also like to dig it a little bit deeper.
It's always under the impression that tailenders come to the wicket for a good time, not a long time. Although in the same breath, no tailender sees himself as a tailender either. Ask to Bryce Shamsi, he'll tell you.
Same as Mondo Zondoki. When he scored his maiden 50, he still talks about it even to this day. And he regards himself as a batsman.
Well, the Clerk will tell you that he is by no means a tailender. Negotiates that one. Gets a single and brings on strike Mnyanda.
Yeah, the target has been revised. 305. We lost 5 wickets due to rain. 5 overs rather. As you can see now, the visitors, their tails are up.
Just drops it onto the offside. Pick up a single.
And I guess for the home team, it's still early days on the competition. It's not the end of the road. Still plenty of games to come. You can still make it up.
Short and wide. Gets to point and they'll take a single. They'll go on to face some Mpumalanga Rhinos now, the home side. Which will be taking place on Sunday, the 2nd of March here at Buffalo Park. Before they've got to face a very staggered and struggling, they're calling an SA emerging side. 2 more games after that, well, they'll come back to, or 1 more game rather. beats the outside edge. That one game will come against the Garden Route Badgers, formerly known as SWD, before taking on Tuskers in their last 4-day game on the 20th of March. A couple of the teams in Division 2 still have 1 or 2 4-day games left to play.
And I'm also interested on the relegation and promotion, and which teams stand a better chance here of being promoted. Because the way the home team started on the T20s, it was not an ideal start. If my memory serves me well, I think they lost almost all their games. So now they're trying to pick up. Won a few on the red ball.
Crack! That one you can definitely go fetch in Bunker's Hill.
Yeah, you must know when Jade is in there, it's not over yet. He got hold of that one, took it from outside off stump for 6. And then over there in style. It's 250 now the score for 8.
You were just mentioning the T20 challenge a little bit earlier. Home side played 6 and lost 6. Disappointing campaign for them. And you look at how things look at the moment in the 4-day series that they're currently playing in. Also not that great. We're within a shout at some point of making the knockout stages, but they're at number 6 out of 7 teams in the log. Having won just 1 game, lost 2 and drawn 1. The game against the Tuskers on the 20th of March will become so important for them. Won't be easy though. Tuskers find themselves second on the log.
So the Tuskers stand a good chance of being promoted.
Particularly if you look at how things played out for them in the T20 challenge. Finished second on that log.
Another thing I liked about them is to retain their players they had when they were playing on Division 1.
You saw the Knights struggle to do that. And they were relegated from Division 1 to Division 2. Lost the likes of Budaza. Wicketkeeper batsman Delivia Ridgard, as this one is fended away to the offside. Sean Whitehead, who was in and around that setup. Sean van Berg also. Joe van Dijk, Reinhard van Tonder. It's almost our overhaul of team players. Patrick Kruger, who's now at the Warriors up the road. It's good to see that the Tuskers were able to retain their players. Clark flicks this one off his hips.
Also interesting enough for Division 1, and the way the Dolphins are playing currently, it's not the ideal one. If you come to think about it, it's a big franchise with lots of history. Still not too sure if they will still be able to stay there on Division 1.
A bit of a variation and negotiated by Mnyanda this time around. Dolphins, the only team yet to pick up a victory. In fact, them and the Titans, which makes for very interesting readings in Division 1.
Very interesting log indeed.
Gold Rush Boyland find themselves at the summit. Northwest Dragons following closely below. It's bounced! drops short, and a couple of questions as to possibly why there wasn't a dive that was thrown out there by Rapulana.
Yeah, probably he was not going to make it. He's also short in stature.
Shouldn't that make him more agile? If anyone should be flying around the field, you'd expect it to be him. Slower ball this time. He's freed his arms and he's completely misjudged. This one has Sean Gilson. 1 bounce and 4.
Yeah, the home team is trying by all means to make sure that they're getting closer and closer to the total. Much as the run rate is going up, the required now is 16.8. And that was the end of the 41st. 221 for 8.
Abrams now returns to the attack for visitors. It's bowled well. 7 overs, 28 for 3. He's bowled extremely well because the wickets that he's picked up have been a crucial part of this game.
See, Budaza is limping there. And he hurt himself.
De Klerk goes and goes straight. He'll pick up 1.
Four overs and 5 balls. At this stage, the visitors were 207 for 3. They're still behind. They were still behind.
Oh, he scooped this one in the air. And he's gone. Good ground covered by Adelunk. Moving from square leg to mid-wicket. Takes the simplest of catches.
Nyanda succumbed to Ziad's ball. Was trying to dig that one out. And he was caught. Now he departs for 7. Only facing 10 deliveries. The visitors will only need 1 more wicket now. Then the deal is done. It was a very challenging day, and one could think that we're playing in England. The weather today.
Well, here comes a man who knows English conditions all too well, having gone there in the off-season. Nico van Sale strides out at number 11 for Iinyathi.
He's joining Jade de Klerk, who is on 22. And he's only faced 15 balls. They're almost done. And Ziad Abrams has bowled 2 balls on this over. Maybe they would love to squeeze in another wicket on the same over. Let's see Ziad to Van Sale.
Oh, he's gone straight for the block hole. And that was all that she wrote. He's picked up a fifer. 5 for 29 and 7.3. A fantastic effort with the ball by Ziad Abrams. And he's done the job with the ball after the job was done rather with the bat by Sean Gilson and Chad Laycock. And it's Eastern Cape Iinyathi who suffer a heavy defeat at the hands of the Tuskers, who will go to the top of the log after this victory. Game, set, match, and a lot of regrouping to be done for the home team.
Yeah, great game by the visitors. They managed to bowl the whole team all out, and they won by 82 runs. And the home team, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. Tuskers scored 324 for 3. In reply, Iinyathi scored 222 for 10. Tuskers won by 82 runs.
It was an incredible knock that was set up by Sean Gilson, who picked up 132, assisted by Chad Laycock, who scored 99 not out. Both those guys scoring 99 not out. Expensive figures for the bowlers from the home side, but 324 for 3 is what the Tuskers set, asking the home side to go and score 325, and they were unable to do so, even after a rain delay brought about a revised target of 305. They've been skittled out for 222. A valiant effort by the skipper, Jerome Bossa, who picked up 101, alongside Jason Niemand, who scored 54. Unfortunately, Niemand's dismissal brought about a demise for the home team, and that would be the beginning of the end. Shane Dadswell going cheaply for a duck. And the rest, as the English would say, is history. That's also how we must give it a name and call it a day. As I mentioned, regroup and rebuild for the home team. They've got more fixtures to come out and play, and maybe next time they'll come back a better, stronger unit. But until then, for myself, Sam Ludidi and Ali Jack, it's been a pleasure. Goodbye and good night.